Fuck you, Toasty. Making me do squats at the beginning of stream like an asshole. Fucking douchebag. Dick move. Shoes off. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Wait, no, it's 15. Fuck. 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Fuck you, Aqua. It's not 20. I could literally go read it right now. Waifu. You guys get to see the pretty Himeko being a hot lady. Fucking bitches. Yes, my VTuber is a very pretty girl. Is a hot lady. It's true. I tried pulling for some of Alicia's stuff because it's up right now. And I got her bow, which I already have. I need this. But no. We're gonna pull here. We got that. You pulled the stigmata. Fuck you. Got shit all. Stop scam texting me. I mean, Toasty, if you really want to see butt, here's Natasha's butt. Butt. It's her ass. It's a little bit covered by her cloak, but that one you can't see her ass. Fuck off, Aqua, but thank you for the biddies. You can kind of see her ass a little bit. A lot of them have their butts hidden by their outfits because their butts are covered. That's why. Now, hopefully, we don't have to go back through all that shit. And all those cutscenes. Go to story. Goodbye, Sela. You're not part of this story, and Aqua, you're supposed to be lurking. No, I don't want to go through all of it again. And at least this game has a skip button for the cutscenes. Yay! Hey, look, it's May. And also May. You can still lurk. Hello, Senti. I love you. Rania, most of your battle suits suck. I'm sorry. But I love you. Which is to say, May knows about her? And although the bubble universe may be inconsistent with the proper world, that's certainly Dr. May. She's the de facto leader in the previous era, a genius that even Kevin can only follow. Well, May just explained that to you. There you go. I mean, I think the other May is about 30 physically, so... Then, do you think she's trustworthy? From humanity's perspective, she should be an ally. But, to my knowledge, her rationality is beyond acceptable to most. Well, I mean, that's why she's got bigger titties and glasses, because she's older. Also, you know, she doesn't have god powers, so she doesn't get to cheat. I don't think we have other options. Bronya, what do you think? Let's hear her proposal. During operation, we should spread out, but not so far as to be separated. I agree with you. I also have questions to ask her, such as how this bubble universe came into being, how she was involved in Project Stigma. I can only try to get to the bottom of them. Looks like you haven't come around to it. Doesn't really seem that strange. Speak for yourself. Ultimately, I'm an ordinary person. It's natural for me to feel desperate in that situation. And there's no other person or fate that can make me blindly believe there's hope simply by existing. As for why that desperation disappeared upon sensing your presence, that's the fundamental reason why many were willing to obey my orders. Because she's May. She's like me, but hotter in every way. They didn't need a leader who was immune from desperation, but a leader who could immediately rise from desperation. She's literally May. And why are you telling me this? Are you taking me for her? You don't need to be her. I only want to point out the difference between me and a clumsy man. Yeah, my VTuber's hot. You mean Kevin? Who else could he be? You know helping us equals opposing Kevin, right? What if it doesn't matter? What? May I see it, even if I help you return to the proper world, that's been factored into the project. In other words, if he's Kevin, he won't mind. You're overly confident about this. Thanks for the compliment. I hope beat the living daylight out of that Kevin. Okay, getting beaten by you may be a memorable experience for him. Whatever, fighting with a dying person on something so petty will only make me look like a fool. I can't understand it. I can't stand it. I can't chime in. What does a dying person mean? Dr. May. Kiana! I know you're not smart, but come on. I love you, but why is your entire bloodline just dumb as a sack of rocks? Have you decided yet? Summarize your plan first. The information we have is unorganized. It's quite simple. Whatever the consequences, your primary aim is to return to the proper world. And my aim is to find a way to keep this bubble universe alive. On that basis, there's only one valid solution. We must reconnect this bubble universe to an imaginary ending so it can become a real world. Like what Durandal did? I see your way that it isn't impossible, only difficult. Of course, before you came along, I had been missing a key ingredient. That's where my question lies, Dr. May. You want to work with us, but hearing your plan makes me wonder, are we really necessary to you? Such coincidence only adds to my suspicion. Your claim has a point. When I agreed that my bubble universe has become a tool, I clearly couldn't predict your arrival. This will be difficult to prove. But this is what people call an unexpected joy. Hersher of the Void and Hersher of Sentience. Your powers are very practically used to me. Huh? Confirm the conditions we control. I took the liberty of scrutiny. I hope that's alright with you. This is the case with how I connected to the proper world. I'll be frank, the Hersher finality peeled this bubbly universe off a real world. The earth above us may just be a decoration outside the domain. Hersher finality. Actually, you'll be able to meet it later. It remains, of course. What? Calm down. Seeing is believing. We can talk about the Hersher finality when we finally see it. In short, the Hersher finality created us when it destroyed the world. Having seen this, that Dr. May went with it in the Project Stigma. Seek out suitable targets. Are you saying the May in our world found you? You've misunderstood, Branya. When Project Stigma found this bubble universe, the Dr. May had already passed away in the proper world. The only reason I could reach a consensus with her after her death is that I'm her ghost image that inherited most of her thoughts. I'll explain it more clearly. At that time, in this bubble universe about to burst, we captured the signal that Project Stigma used to seek out tools. After brief discussion, we decided to open up our domain to that signal so this bubble universe would be captured and solidified by Project Stigma in the safest way. In other words, for Kevin and the others in the proper world, they found a bubble universe that would make a great tool without directly interacting with me. Sounds like you're disassociating yourself from the outside world. Clearing things up, for curious people like you, my arrangement is more trustworthy, is it not? Anyway, by using my familiarity with Project Stigma, I induced it to turn this bubble universe into a tool in exchange for our possible survival. In the ages that followed, I used what little thinking power I had left to deduce every possible scenario, and your Hersher powers can help me optimize our resource consumption to the utmost degree. Please come with me. You'll understand what I mean when you see the other side. You find Hersher of the Void and Hersher of Sentience useful. So it's okay for May and I to stay out of this? For now, yes. Then, can we leave for a while? When I met May, she said she needed to talk with me in private. Me? Oh, I did say that. Refused to surrender us, right? Kiana, since Branya and I aren't helping, we'll attend to a private matter first. Don't worry, we'll catch up with you soon. Private matter? When did you... Oh, Tat, I get it, but don't take too long. Kiana's not very smart, guys. I love her, but she's not a smart girl. Do. Here we go. Ah. Oh, right. I can run. I can't believe it took them this long to add a run toggle, but... We are susceptible to the Honkai threat. But not with me around. I can see it clearly from here. Look, the Hersher finality. Oh, it really does seem like it. But because this is a bubble universe, it doesn't have the true power of finality. Despite that, the Hershey finality becomes active again in the proper world. This fella here might get some powers from it. Then what if Project Stigma succeeds? Don't you all know? Project Stigma itself relies on the power of finality. If not, how can humans possess the ability to reconstruct an entire planet? In conclusion, if we don't collaborate with all the powers that we can work with, this bubble universe is doomed. There's nothing impressive about this. Inability to control one's destiny left the true normality in the Sea of Quanta, filled with illusions and inescapable destiny. Alright, enough with this heavy topic. We still have something exciting to do. Big dead lady. Girl, are you sure you don't want assistance walking? Alright, we're here. Hey, you've only walked a few steps. As expected of a dying person, you two will have to get used to it. More importantly, my increasing hair loss bothers me more. Alright, back to the topic. Do you have cancer? Like, are you going through chemo or something, girl? This is the reason why the two of you are indispensable to me. An unusual bridge? That's right. Strictly speaking, it's a newly built connection between bubble universes and the extremes of imagination. For this project, the two of you have been essential from the beginning. Initially, the key was my AI, Prometheus number 17. Although I don't know all the details of the project, she definitely mastered all the methodology. You should reassess what you just said. Although I don't know all the details of the project, she definitely mastered all the methodology. Or this bubble universe completely broke down, I saved information about various projects in her memory. It's a long and great habit. I take charge of creativity, and she takes charge of procurement. We increase our work efficiency this way. But if that's the case, I'm about to elaborate on this. In actuality, getting too close might be dangerous. Bending down, Dr. May picks up a pebble, adjusted her position, and threw it at the bridge. Thump. Even if the gravitational and oxygen modifications by the moths in this area that allowed normal people like Dr. May to walk freely, her strength still failed her, and the pebble landed barely halfway to the destination. This isn't something I'm good at. Let me do it. Thus, Dr. May's intention became obvious. This time, the pebble was thrown to the middle part of the bridge and vanished into thin air. It didn't fall. Instead, it was just gone. Curious, right? Owing to the saturation between the bubble universe and the proper world, space there is no more. We can still see the other side of the bridge with our own eyes, but in fact, it's another world. And unfortunately, Prometheus is now trapped there. Just to say, what you really need is to Harsher the Void's power. Judging from the circumstances, to fully wield this power, you need help from Senti. I see. Kiana looked at her of sentience with expectant eyes. Why are you looking at me? Don't worry, as a shadow, I naturally remember the details of Project Stigma. Knowing the executor of the plan in the proper world, I find it hard to predict what he might do. After all, it's Kevin we're talking about. He always carries it all on his own shoulders. Kiana couldn't help but feel sorry for Dr. May, but she always knew she wasn't even qualified to empathize with either of the two. That's the case. Are you able to conduct what World Serpent has done before? Such as the current situation on the Earth? That's hard. Given the numerous factors at play in the proper world, the best guess I can make is that Project Stigma can still be reversed so far. Going back to yourselves, the flaws in the seals on you are rather obvious. Almost look like intended. Flaws? Yeah, as a Harsher, Senti's able to keep more of her powers than you, and without the extra part, you couldn't have come to me. So, if I have to make a guess, it's one plausible explanation. Spiritual restraint. You mean, our powers are locked psychologically? Huh? Mentally restrain the Harsher of sentience? That's fresh. I don't buy it. It does sound ridiculous, but there were precedents in your history. Compared with what Sue did to another Harsher of sentience, at least Kevin didn't deprive you of all your powers. If he so wishes, he could have confined you to the point even moving around could be difficult. So what? You're just telling us things could have been worse? Sue or Ponya was still around. Our problem could be solved with ease, but right now, without a powerful psychic master. Purposely or not, she threw another glance at the Harsher of sentience. It's just too hard. Or indeed, can we find our Fang Huang down? You... The reverse psychology trick was just too obvious. Isn't it too obvious? Even she probably wouldn't. In this thought, she felt briefly relieved. However, the next instant... No way. The mind space she once set foot in unfolded again. Without any sign, Kiana could still smell anger in the air. Wait, Harsher of sentience. Dr. May didn't finish yet. Is she... Enough talk. I'll show you how to break shackles. I love Senti so much. Wait, what do you mean break? No, Senti, please. I'm better with you than Kiana. Senti, please, I'm bad at the game! Spare me! Oh cool, I can't die. This is why I play on baby easy mode. Any change now? Not? I'll keep at it. Undoubtedly, the mental trick that wouldn't work on anyone else worked on her like magic. Wouldn't be surprised to see this Harsher do anything. That said, she knew exactly what Dr. May was up to, just like Kiana. She was just taking the chance to let out steam. But it's still surprising to see her so serious. Kiana examined her own status. The sudden point in this battle took a toll on both sides mentally. However, the examination revealed something unusual. Wait, could it be? Senti, another punch, and hit me harder! Huh? Are you nuts? Sure enough, the shackles weakened with the spirit. Let me hit you! Please, Senti, just let me hit you. I'm bad at the game. And you're so cool. I admit, you're still stronger than one. You're still the stronger one now. I surrender. Let's get out of here. Got other business to take care of. You know best. Wait, this is business. I'm not even trying to beat you. I'm not the old-timer helper. You have no chance against me. Alright, stay there and don't move. Let me see if I can break the shackles. That won't be necessary anymore. Let's get out first. I thought Dr. May was being weird, but it turns out we didn't quite catch her real intention. Hey, are you trying to boss me around? I'm not taking orders from you. No. Right now, I think I can get out on my own. What? You... The illusion space that devoured the two scattered. Kiana wore a smug face, with a Herrscher of sentience looked like she just ate something foul. Oh, I love Senti. Oh? Dr. May already left? It's not important now. Tell me, what did that mean? Easy. Dr. May never intended to provoke you to use your remaining powers to help me break the chains. She just wanted you to beat me up. Simple as that. There's something wrong with you. Oh no. Something wrong with the both of you. I still find it hard to believe, but let's explain using facts. Facts and logic? It's neither of your strong suits. She did it. She made the bridge real. Great. I don't know what to say now. When we were fighting in there, my spiritual force got weakened by you, so did the restraints put on my powers. And for reasons unknown, Agitation seemed to be immune to the restraints. So I wanted you to keep attacking me. And help me find out how to bypass some of the restraints with Agitation. If it was really that easy, I'd have done it for you before you even asked. I can't explain exactly how it happened. It was perhaps just dumb luck. But still, it couldn't be done without you, Santi. No one else has the ability to weaken someone in a spiritual space. I said don't call me that! It's just weird. She had to grumble about something to feel better. You just got lucky. The only idea I had in mind was to beat you to death. Alright, I'm friendly Dr. May knows if it was pure luck. Now let's get back to May. I believe Dr. May is also there. That's not gonna be confusing at all. Oh, hi. Standing at the vantage point, May glanced over the view that never changed. Curiously, despite her poor health, this leader felt omnipresent in a natural way. She seemed so weak that even a breeze could knock her down, but it would also feel perfectly natural to see her standing in the freezing Arctic with only a thin layer on. Looks like congratulations are in order. Ready to reunite with your partners? Not a word, the irritable Herrscher lady rushed forward, reaching out for her hands for May's collar. Hey, what the hell just happened? You knew it all along, right? What should I say? It never hurts to try. I didn't have a deep understanding of mind control, but I have studied discipline before. But in a broad sense, the swar on you does come from my research. It's called Agitation now. The name matters not. In essence, Agitation is a spiritual restraint, just like discipline. Mechanic-wise, it can cancel out another spiritual restraint, but can readily keep it in check. Of course, provoking you is an experiment. Since the beginning is always the hardest, I might as well have you exhaust your spirit along with the restraint in battle. Despite the loss in stamina, I'd say the result is welcome to know. Then why? No sooner did her pride stop her from saying more than she parted her lips. You want to ask why you couldn't remove the restraint on yourself in the same way? Could it be that Kiana didn't punch you hard enough? What? Just kidding. I don't have enough evidence to infer your situation. If I had to guess, I'd say it has something to do with the Herrscher core not being on you. But Dr. May, why not tell us earlier? Our sure sentience made a fuss for nothing. Hey, what did you say? I didn't make any fuss. Maybe I was just playing it safe. If the experiment didn't go as planned, it wouldn't be my fault, right? Alright, enough jokes. Are you going to reunite with your partners? Then it'd be rash to take the only path ahead now. Because some people are having an unusual exchange behind our backs as we speak. A moment ago. I thought this was an excuse to split up. I didn't know you actually wanted to talk to me alone. Now that you can't use your Hersher powers, you can still hear 300,000 voices echoing in your heart? No, but after the chorus stopped responding, I can feel them even more clearly. That's when I really understood that the existence of inheritance was validated through disappearance. Their voices vanished, true, but their wills became more vivid. When making a choice, I sometimes can't really tell whether it comes from myself or them. Like we were unknowingly influenced by Hersher of Sentience today. Regarding this topic, I don't think we need to avoid Hersher of Sentience too much. Indeed, how to put it, on this occasion, rather than Bronya and May, we're first and foremost two successors. Though not without detours, two eras had bestowed one of their greatest legacies upon two girls. Oh. Though not without detours, two eras had bestowed one of their greatest legacies upon the two girls. Yeah, you figured this out before I could formally introduce the Flame Chasers in the Elysian Realm to you. Kiana isn't dumb either. It's just not her to rush you into telling her your story. You two are as thick as thieves. So, from my perspective, I know little about your life with the World Serpent. We just gathered covert intelligence, but it's not the same as experiencing it. But after we were reunited, the commonalities we share tell me that... Bronya paused for 2 seconds. She was trying to articulate her opinion properly. But in the end, she decided to be frank. May, after receiving some kind of inheritance, you seem to be able to understand the sacrifice of others. To be able to understand, huh? Bronya, I may not believe in myself as much as you do on this matter. But from them, the Flame Chasers, I leave before the last moment comes. Nobody really knows what kind of person they are. Then again, Bronya, you didn't sound like you were blaming the past. Of course, even in the ruins of Chiba Academy, you've done nothing wrong. And I know inheritance is a complex thing. Whether it's May, Bronya, Kiana, Rita, Durandal, Fuha, or the principal, we're all walking on different paths to lead to the same end. For example, regarding the view on sacrifice, you and Kiana went down opposite paths. But because your paths are opposites, you and Kiana, who are inherently different, can be of a heart and complement each other. Bronya, you've noticed it, haven't you? Kiana's grown a lot in the past 6 months. As your mutual friend, I'm genuinely happy to see you stand together. In my opinion, now May and Kiana are just one step away from truly reconciling. I see. This is a strange-sounding topic. Thank you, Bronya. You're welcome. That said, Bronya suddenly summoned Project Bunny and assumed a fighting stance. Don't you want to trade blows with me? He's also grown. I'd love to. Just so you know, I don't go easy on anyone. Hey, Bronya, you guys... Nothing, just a heart-to-heart talk. Right, Bronya? I was feeling happy, so I decided to spar with May. Kiana, how are things going along on your side? Oh. After May's suggestion is effective, I can use a portion of Hersher of the Void's powers now. Let's be clear, it was with my help. Yeah, with the Hersher of Sentience's help, we repaired the path to the opposite world. Look at his face. It was a little lackluster. You should say it this way. With the help of the great Hersher of Sentience. Alright, enough with the pedantry. I understand the situation now. Then, can we get going now? Yep, while you were having your heart-to-heart talk, Dr. May already sent a signal to Prometheus to stand by for our meeting. But the region ahead is wider than I thought, so it'd be more efficient for us to split up and search. The four of us... Hey, don't count me in for such trivial matters. Then, can you please help to connect our minds together? It's an unknown region after all. This is something that only you can do. Why are you still ordering me around? Use your comms. But we're on the moon. But the moon is no excuse to give me overtime. Alright, Kiana, 3 should be enough. No time to waste, let's get moving. Senti's like, no! I don't wanna. Like a little baby. Senti, I don't know why you acting like you're a teenager. Like, I guess, like, she's technically very young, but also, like, she has 50,000 years worth of memories, approximately, so, like, girl. You don't have to act like a whiny teenager all the time. Wee! Wee! Alright, let's split up. Take care of each other. Of course. Oh, Senti. Do 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 do. Wee. Oh. This looks like human equipment. Of course it does. There's humans on the moon. Well, there was scientists on the moon doing scientist things. We don't need to do that right now. Well. What's this? Losing power. A restriction field? Oh, they exploded. How troublesome. The only reason these factory manufacturers stop you all from getting closer is ironically to protect you safely. The first time the suppression device has been switched off by someone since it has been installed. A new Harsher, a successor of Origin. Perhaps you'll have to take responsibility for a momentous incident ahead. Body. Prometheus? More accurate to call me number 17. You can leave first. I need to restart the suppression device. Even if it just remains, just an illusion. Even if it just remains, just an illusion like me. The Honkai energy it exudes cannot be left unattended. You. I promise you, if you continue to use those hands to do anything dangerous, you'll lose them soon. May? How do I put it? The Harsher of Sentient synced our minds together in the end. Kiana, you're the only one who hasn't realized. Huh? Alright. But she doesn't intend to hurt me. In fact, she's the person that we're looking for. Hearing the word person, Prometheus tilts her head, indicating her perplexion. Although it's obvious, but I should still remind you. It's very convenient for me to replace my arms. But if I immediately activate the suppression device, we might have to add 3 funerals to Dr. May's schedule. Wait, Dr. May was the one who told us to come here. Yes, I received the signal. But since there's a possibility of violent confrontation, I need to ensure that I have the upper hand in a fight to the death. Or at least a mutual death. Ew. But of course, I'm no demon. Since there is a clear winner, would you all still choose to resist me, or shall we have an amiable discussion elsewhere? The conclusion was obvious. I see. Dr. May has told you her supposition, which is to reconnect the bubble universe to an imaginary ending, in her words. She's certain this can be done, but she's not familiar with the technical details. Because most of the knowledge is stored in me. That's right. That's that excuse again. Excuse? Whenever she doesn't feel like explaining something, she'd use that kind of excuse to get me to do it. Now that I count it, this is the 4021st time. Just to say, in terms of results, this is an actual collaborative method. If we disregard how we really think, then yes. But I digress. To put it simply, yeah, I'll explain it like that. We discovered something while pioneering the Sea of Quanta. Its potential connection with the imaginary space made renormalization a viable choice. Something? It's a subspecies of husk. Do you know what a husk is? Husks? Nihilist? I defeated it once. Marvelous. Mysticism is similar to nihilism, only stronger, but still much easier to handle than existentialism. I assume you're not talking about philosophical schools, but names like husk mysticism? Yes, you seem to understand my expression better. Mother, one thing I don't understand. Why did a husk appear in the Sea of Quanta? It doesn't make sense. About that, I don't understand either. Mechanical Girl blinked suspiciously. If she was a human, this would surely be a sign of lying. In any case, it's already on the brink of death. You mean like the broken bridge? Yes, if we don't intervene, it's bound to disappear. But now that you've come, we have no reason to resign ourselves to fate. As she spoke, her eyes swept over the three. Still deducing the solution that will help you override it, though. Override? That doesn't mean actually riding it, right? Kiana... I have more explaining to do. I hate this. It's okay. I mean, I'll explain it concisely. As a corpse, the husk still remains a weak connection with an end. Retains. That means it can be hacked. So if we destroy it but keep that connection, it can be used by us. Yes, the volume of this bubbly universe is so micro that it can reconnect in an end through the husk bandwidth alone. You'll be able to return to the proper world by then. That sounds simple. In other words, we just need to beat that husk up? I don't think it's as easy as you make it sound. Of course, judging by your current authority level, even if you get lucky and defeat mysticism, you can't bring that connection level under control. Maybe we should try it first. Don't rush it. As long as your preparation is sufficient, there will be no problem that we can't resolve. Moderate pessimism is foresight. That's the first common knowledge input by Dr. May, and it's very effective. Based on your common knowledge, it'd be safer for me to take command of your mission. Any objections? What do you think? We came here to resolve the problem, so we ought to respect her decision. Very well. The one with the power of the void. I'll teach you how to activate the husk and bring it back momentarily. Later. Like repairing that bridge, you need to make it reappear wholly in the space we are in. But you need to take it to the next level. You need to learn how to use renormalization techniques to preserve that connection to achieve our goal. What is it? It'll take forever to explain. We should just get to it. Are you sure? I am sure. The mechanical girl suddenly pulled out 2 slips of paper, then began putting down diagrams and numbers on them at a speed almost too fast for the human eye. Kiana will await orders in the central lobby and familiarize herself with her objective. May and Bronya will do the legwork and help me verify that the necessary beacons are functioning properly. Then I'll go to you with Dr. May. If a problem occurs, use that Hersher of Sentience channel to reach me. Dr. May will add me to your contacts. That's all. Dismissed. Wait. Kiana's like, I'm too stupid. Is she alright? Who knows? Maybe she suddenly feels tired. Can robots feel tired? Project Bunny can. Let's see her note first. It's written in detail. Maybe it's the communicating orally that she dislikes. I heard Dr. Tesla was like her for a while. Dr. Tesla, huh? I can imagine that. But since Prometheus has gone off on its own, it's useless for us to analyze her character here. Yeah, let's do what she's assigned to us. It's not like we have a choice. I agree with Kiana. Okay, we're going somewhere. Whee! I have a bunch of rocks. Neat. Whee! We go up. I think this is the real husk. Though her discernment had improved much, she still failed to realize that what she had confirmed was strangely suspicious. Due to how cautious Prometheus was about work, she would most likely let the truth, however insignificant it may be, behind it go. Fortunately, when trying to repair the bridge, she used her power well enough. Well enough to give certain patient observers a chance to transmit their voices along the fleeting connection through the world's boundary to hear.
Kiana-san. Kiana-san.
Kiana? Kiana? Can you hear me, Kiana? Oh my god! Meanwhile... Looks like they found you, number 17. Are things going so smoothly that you don't need to follow up? Not exactly. But all things considered, I should come back. There are things that I can't explain with knowledge alone. Or, in human terms, I'm feeling upset. Oh? Is there anything wrong with the Finality Installment's wreckage? Although the suppression of Honkai energy leaking was shut down for some time, nothing went wrong in that respect. What I don't understand is, why did you lie to those children? I know that's a wild lie, but... It's supposed to be white lie. We let them unknowingly become your leverage over betraying the world. That'd be indecent. Don't accuse me. You're aware that ever since the bubble universe was enabled, its breaking was a matter of time. Rather than calling it a betrayal, calling it an adaptation would be more accurate. I understand. It's like the human life is finite. But Dr. May, a fated demise in 40 days and a sought death today are not quite the same. Mid the barren lands, a man sat quietly. Man that would not be overlooked in any situation. Or a savior. Power that could wipe away the world lay by his feet meekly. Yet without that power, should he be described as empty? You knew I'd be here, well. Sue told me that unintentionally. That was 2,000 years ago. Oh dang, Sue died relatively recently then. While we were fulfilling our duty as pioneers, you were absent from a meeting one day. Sue told me on this day every year, no matter what urgent business you had at hand, no matter how big of a strain using the second divine key would put on you, you would come to this place on the moon alone. Unless this is a flashback. You would spend a whole day here gazing at the Hersher of Finality's remains. It's a promise I must keep. But you didn't have to come. You saw it. The residents at World Serpent specially prepared for you during Project Stigma. The Mount Taishun is indeed more beautiful than its real-life counterpart. But you know I'm not enraptured by conclusive life. It's but a habit from the past. I don't want to fight you if possible. Do you think I'm going to stop you? Like Sue did? Oh shit. His ice-breathing paused, but no other response ensued. Had they not fought together, he might have thought she was making a psychological move. But the two standing there were the last humans to have lived through 2 eras. They had the longest life and the oldest memory. Yet except the vast barrenness, they managed to save nothing, as he saw it. The Elysian realm was no more. Looks like I've forgotten things that are important to our past. Shook his head lightly, as if uncertain of the words he was to say. It matters not. It's no longer important to you. Stone remained the same, without a trace of emotion. You see, this is the most common sight in the universe. As barren as a grave, right? He answered with silence. Speaking of which, this is such an unkind thought. But Kevin, even if the people of this era are the same species as us, they are not your kind. Well, she thought of creatures that died out as time flowed on, such as the strange and precious fish. The world flourished, but there would never be another creature that could understand its language. The loneliness persisted, like a glacier that would not melt for eternity. No, it's easy to see them as my kind. The hard part is giving them free rein. Her partner in combat was, of course, right. Viewing everything as an object, like May during her work, had little to do with the sense of belonging. I get it. That's why I came here. For them. No. For you. At this point, as I see it, you need someone like yourself who can understand you. Even if nothing is said, even if it's back and forth, even if... Yep. You don't need to say more. Do you still hate yourself like you did at first? I don't know. Maybe 5,000 years was enough to have changed Twa. But Kevin is still the same old Kevin. The last of his partners had finally been integrated into the new era. All that existed of that once glorious civilization was now an epigraph called Kevin. Kevin and Fuhua both looked up at the dark sky. The names that have now faded, even if she remembers, even if he forgets, there's no going back to it all. And all of it can never come back to them. Many years from now, when those girls have passed on, the songs I sung about them will remain. But you can take away all my songs. I only need one living girl to come toward me. A singer they once had known so far in the past had perfectly captured how they now felt. Since that's inevitable that seeing me reminds you of everyone you've lost. So why don't you just tell me about your last dream instead? Well, you've done it. Even if you stop the ending, it's just another ending. But for you, at least through you, humanity is about to overcome Honkai. No, this... Never mind. His sigh made her all the more surprised. It was as if, at that moment, he wasn't Kevin, but someone else. A friend and decent harmonica player. I'm sorry. You don't have someone better to talk to at a time like this. It's not your fault. There's no need to apologize. And after this, what sort of plan do you have? The future will be as the past was. You'll keep being a hero? He fell silent. Sort of silence that could have lasted an eternity, were he speaking to someone else. But right now, she's the only one that can talk to him as his peer. Huh, that title. I never lived up to it, and no longer can. So are you a bad guy then? Silence followed, but it wasn't hesitation. More so, inevitability. I understand. Well, that's why you are the way you are. Fragile, despondent, and yet... Fuhua took 2 steps forward, moving with a proud stance, lowered her head, and saw his expression for the first time. You're looking for your final resting place, aren't you? Well... Loading! She met her only hours ago. The girl vividly remembered that she just came to the training ground and waved hello to her. And then the world spun. In an instant, she found herself on the moon and alone. She could not activate her spatial artifact Sumeru, and only managed to confirm her adjutant was alive by a weak signal. The bubble universe inside her was still intact. However, any being outside them became a mystery to her. She's exactly the reason why, when the other repaired that broken bridge across space-time, she immediately captured that vital signal and established that miraculous connection with her. No, this was no miracle. She is her younger sister, even if they were separated. Summon up. We're stranded on the moon, and Earth is seemingly being reconstructed by Project Stigma, which World Serpent believes is the only way to purge Honkai. Kiana, what's your situation on the Sea of Quanta? After undergoing some events, May, Bronya, her share of sentience, and I met Dr. May and Robot Prometheus from the previous era in a bubble universe similar to the moon. Dr. May says she can reconnect our bubble universe to an imaginary ending with our aid, and we can return to the proper world incidentally. Part of that plan, did you just channel your power of the void to fix a bridge in your bubble universe? Yep. What? You can see what you're doing? No, but the spatial powers penetrated the Sea of Quanta and miraculously fixed a bridge for us. It's related to you, then it in turn proves that we're in a mutually superposed duality state in terms of spatial relations. In other words, from our perception of three-dimensional space, we must be in the same area of the moon. Oh, then Dr. May's plan should have a high chance of success, because we're very close spatially, after all. Don't take it so lightly. The key of reconnecting a bubble universe to an imaginary ending lies in the anchor's stability. This isn't the same as being close spatially. Anchor? What's that? It's an inversion basis point that allows a bubble universe to connect to other spaces. To give an example, it's just that the bubble universe inside me is anchored to me, and your memory space is anchored to your Herschel core. The Dr. May over there must be in need of something in the real world to do that. Could it be that bridge? She didn't mention that at all. We repaired the bridge to contact Prometheus on the other side. Then we'll prepare for the activation of the husk. For that, we need to seize the connection between the husk and the ending and use it to return to the real world. Both the universe will also naturally be reborn. This is based on the renormalization technology we realized previously. Is anything wrong? With the bubble universe, that's easier said than done. Yeah. Oh, there's an ad. I need to get more water. So we'll BRB. I'll see you in a few minutes. Bye. Return.
シュレーディンガー博士からの通信です。彼女はアインシュタイン博士とテスラ博士の友人です。
こんにちは博士。でも博士が言ったこと、
その方法で世界の泡に神聖を与えられるとは限らないなのです。むしろかなりの確率でアンカーポイントは反転起点であると同時に世界の泡のエネルギーの流れをコントロールし、ですが繰り込みは虚数空間自体に対しての行為なのです。例えるなら綱渡りで羊の群れを崖の向こうに移動させられると思うなのですか。
それは
何か隠し事をしていないかメイ博士に聞くべきかも。全文明の人にもそれぞれの立場があります。簡単に信頼できるような協力関係ですが、別の角度から考えれば相手が必ず敵意を持っているとは限りません。おそらく何はともあれ安全のため相手に真相を聞く必要がある。
分かった。慎重に行動するよ。
はい。相手に計画の経緯を聞き出せるならそれが一番なのです。
ライデン・メイさんに意見を求めたらきっと彼女も私と同じように全文明のヒーローですが、それはみんなが深さんのように付き合いやすい方だという意味ではありません。
メイ先輩は経験したことを少し教えてくれた。ありがとうデュランダル。もし最終的にみんなと合流できたらきっと長い。
何せあれは成婚計画です。
あんたもねデュラン。メイ博士、プロメテウス本当に何かを隠してるのかな。
キアナちゃん、何があったの？
Oh my god, it's been muted. I feel bad. It's fine. It's fine. Kiana, did something
大
happen?
丈夫だよメイ先
It's
輩。
fine, May.
外にいるデ
Oh,
ュランダ
I
ルた
think I
ち
need
が
to.
私の立写信号を補足してくれたから。
In the outside world, Durandal caught my Hershey signal and thus used my Hershey core to establish a special communication with me. I don't remember where I had it and I accidentally moved it. No. Okay. Durandal, is she still at Shixel HQ? No, because of Project Stigma, Durandal, Sela, and Li Sushang were forcibly sent to the moon in the real world. Their location on the moon corresponds to ours. There's a large sanctuary named New Atra there, and many Stigmata awakened live there now, filtered and chosen by the World Serpent with this forceful method. Our reconstruction of the bridge affected reality, and so Durandal was able to establish a short connection with me. No, Atra. I've heard the Raven mention this place, but I never thought that it would be on the moon. This... could it be... Yes. She said the World Serpent had arranged Origin and the others to have a vacation at New Atra. Can I smudge my glasses? No, they're okay. What a vacation to have. The moon. She also say we're going camping. This is not what camping is like. Do you still remember Suarchan? Of course, I ate my fill of the sweet pepper curry you made for them in Nagazora. Really, I did quite a number of silly things back then. Their conversation unconsciously touched on a melancholic past. Now, Kith. This time, they could face each other with a smile, as if those memories were simply embarrassing childhood mistakes they can easily and sincerely accept now. Let's get back on track. This means that we can at least meet Durandal and the rest after we break out of this bubble universe and consider our next course of action. Yeah, but Durandal also mentioned a concern regarding Dr. May. Kiana told the other two about Durandal and Schrodinger's surmise that Dr. May was hiding something. She feels that something is amiss, then we should look for Dr. May and clarify this issue. Now that I think about it, where's the Hersher of Sentience? She should still be with Dr. May. At least she hasn't told us about her current situation through our linked consciousness. In that case, we'll probably see quite a spectacle later. You mean when the Hersher of Sentience finds out about this suspicion? Of course. There's nothing she hates more than being deceived. Indeed. Ah! Bug just flew at me. But I've always had mixed feelings about Dr. May. To who still part of the 13 Flame Chasers, Dr. May was regular leader of the Moths. I'm afraid that Dr. May is somewhat of an old acquaintance to the Hersher of Sentience. It seems like Dr. May can read her very well, but if Dr. May has something to hide from her and from us... Yeah, perhaps it's not for personal gain, but for a rather depressing reason. I feel like I can guess how she would answer our question. Hello, dragons. Welcome in. Hope you're having a good day. Anyway, let's ask her about what's really going on first. Meow. Meow. Whee! I am doing okay. Wait, why am I playing as Seela? This is weird. I was playing as Kiana the last time. So it's suddenly being all laggy. I'm tired, but I'm like always tired, so. It's weird that it switched me to Seela for combat. Hello, suspicious May. Oh man, this old Fox was going to get hurt and knocked out. Dummy, I'm being tricked by Otto what's-his-name into going to Europe. I think this Otto isn't an ordinary person. It'd be better if he was. Or get it. The jerk's a world leader his whole life, but the only thing he cares about is a girl that's been dead for 500 years. You know, they say in the end it was a life for a life. I'll just save that one girl. Tell me, what's with that? So that's why Prometheus detected such an energy spike large enough to affect the world, even before the final Hersher's descent. But people can't come back from the dead. To do that, he'd have to turn back time. How can you have anything nice to say about him? You just haven't met him and seen how awful he really is. I'll have to take your word for it. Jermaine, Hersher of Sentience, we've returned. Finally, we were just about to finish going over the last 50,000 years of history. Sorry for making you wait. At any rate, the preparations for activating the husk should be finished. That is step one, but it looks like you have something else to ask. That's That's right. During preparations, I received a communication from the outside world. Friends are currently being forced to the real world's moon by Project Stigma. What's really a coincidence is some of them are involved in experiments connecting the real world with what you call the end. I see. Doctor, you haven't told us all the truth about this bubble universe. Have you? Of course not. What? I don't know. When things are complicated, hiding something isn't deceit so much as sorting. Girl, it's still deceit if you're lying. The world is too complex to be understood, but sorting allows us to ignore what's unimportant and predict some of the world's inner workings. That is the essence of physics. Alright. Are you telling me you didn't hide anything on purpose? Yes, because to you, these details aren't important. They're just trivial things. But, since I was asked in earnest, I'll answer in earnest. We do not need a misunderstanding between us. What I admitted was that when everyone connects with the imaginary side, the likelihood of the bubble universe following along isn't high. Even if it were possible, the lack of portals would cause the bubble universe to fuse with this world. Prometheus and I would disappear. Disappear? She stared deeply at the bridge Kiana had repaired. Do you remember how the bridge was before? Through the bubble universe had become a tool, both the intact and collapsed states of that bridge came in conflict, resulting in what you see now. Kiana's ability to contact friends on the outside should have a relationship with using Hush of the Void's powers to fix the bridge. Correct. My friend told me, through my perception of three-dimensional space, we must be in the same coordinate system moon. Makes sense. Kevin sealing you here with Project Stigma will cause the bubble universe to float up, causing this result. In fact, even the core of our plan, that husk, is the result of Project Stigma choosing our bubble universe. Didn't you also question Prometheus about how things can disappear in the Sea of Quanta? Wait, you mean to say that even if we don't do anything, the bubble universe will eventually fuse with the outside world? Exactly. You might even get back to the moon, but by then, Project Stigma will be complete and your Harsher core will likely give out. See, the fate of the bubble universe isn't as important for you, no? What, you mean you want us to treat you like tools? Like that world serpent or whatever? You can see us however you like, but the reality is the same. Time is against you, whether you're facing Kevin or Project Stigma. You... You're always like this, aren't you? To others, to Kevin, even to yourself, always cold and unfeeling. Excessive emotion can be dangerous in my line of work. Imagine a general at war. If he knows anything, he loves each of his soldiers deeply. Still, he must turn his soldiers into numbers on paper for logistics. With that kind of work, we'd be unable to harness science's power. Honestly, this is the inevitable contradiction between human nature and reality. To be fair, we must adopt a uniform standard for all. Relax. The cruelty your era must face is actually on the other side of things. Rather than pitying the fate of history, you should be leading the future. That's the mission, but there's more to life than the mission. We do well to remember that. Oh, that's simple enough. There's still some time before Prometheus is finished with preparations. We should all learn from a certain someone and hold a tea party. What? Are you serious? Prometheus, help me turn on live view number 1. Alright, Doctor. What's this? Careful, I've used the bubble universe to trick our senses, much like VR. It's not a complete imaginary space like the Elysian realm. Got it. It's just that it's hard not to get emotions suddenly seeing scenes from the realm again. So that's how the realm feels. What's the real beauty? What's so great about it? We're having a tea party with nothing decent to drink. The wave of the Harsher of Sentience's hand, a tea table, tea set, and a plate full of tea cakes appeared. My powers are a bit limited at the moment, so I can only offer teas I'm familiar with, so no English black tea. Doctor, you don't have any special abilities. Why are you able to do what I am? Prometheus and I are integral parts of this bubble universe. Do you understand that? The landscape you see is a hollow projection from Prometheus. Because we're part of the bubble universe, we cannot leave as you can. The cake and tea could go well together. Of course they do. Not every day you get Yunwa tea like this. This isn't for Bronya. I'm not used to green tea. Dr. May, you don't want us getting mixed up with this bubble universe, do you? Right, because it won't help you do what you're looking to do. It might even end in you wasting previous resources. Don't forget, time is on the side of Kevin in Project Stigma. Hello, Brian. Using the husk will get you back to your world in the shortest possible time. I trust your judgment, Doctor. It's just... But on an individual level, it must be difficult to watch us leave without you, no? There's a chance we want to try. It's not that we can't accept what you're saying, but I need a moment to process this. Look at you three. So insensitive. Captain goes down with the ship. What's the harm in enjoying a relaxing moment together? And Kiana has a much more difficult challenge of bridge maintenance ahead, doesn't she? Yes. I didn't expect you to be so perceptive. Creator of the Vision got rid of the nostalgic elements, leaving the creation to give off the smell of tea. Of course, for the tough job, you need to have the proper tools ready first. So what are you trying to say then? It can't be that... Is it about the success rate of renormalization? Success rate? Didn't you once go before Otto? I see. Right, back then it took the strength of so many just to get me ready. Indeed, Kiana has only used the Editaishun to bypass the seal proposed by Project Stigma. This is very different from fighting Otto. Not bad. Seems like you're not the Herrscher of reason for nothing. To achieve Dr. Ming's goal, the Editaishun simply is not enough. So, Kiana, I want to arrange to have someone into your inner world and help break the chains imposed by Project Stigma. Is that possible? Of course, you're able to utilize your power through the Editaishun. Others should be able to possess you and help break the chains. You know what? You guys are so antsy, I just can't relax. We're just boasting how great you were in front of Dr. May. Basically, Project Stigma is using Herrschers to restrain Herrscher power, so an external Herrscher's consciousness should be able to stop it. And once it's done, the other Herrscher's power should be restored more or less. Understood. But when you talk about letting others possess me, what exactly do you mean? This isn't difficult for a Herrscher. Either the Herrscher of Sentience or myself can guide you. Yeah, forget that. It'd be weird to help them do that. Weird? You'll see. Just remember not to be too reserved. Anyway, Kiana, we'll have to choose either May or Bronya to help. Wife. May, can you help me? Of course. Bronya, please wait here. Bronya's lips curled slightly. Alright, I hope everything goes well. She's like, they're gonna make out again, aren't they? Bucks. The two followed Dr. May to a quiet corner. Here. You should know that Herrschers with annular singularities like yourselves can store their consciousness in their cores, right? Like Mr. Yang or her from the past? Heard of something similar. In fact, my consciousness was contended with another persona for control over my body. But to intentionally place a consciousness into a core, I've never done that before. Don't worry, you won't be doing it alone this time. You're both Herrschers. As long as your bodies and minds are open, one can easily enter the other's thoughts. Kiana, you just have to relax your mind and body. Feel everything about right and May. On May, you'll have to use your experience of entering and leaving the Elysian realm to direct your consciousness into Kiana's body. But how exactly can I do that? Theoretically, there are many ways to do it, but... Let me pick one that has the highest probability of success for you two. Like this? And like this? That's all? Yes, not so difficult, is it? But this feels a little odd. Relax, don't think of anything unnecessary. Alright, I'm sorry. No need to apologize, for all girls. Keep your heart tranquil and focus on entering and receiving. But they're lesbians, old May. They were like hugging or some shit. I'm sure. Being gay. Cause they're gay. Oh no, they got their hands joined. Why did you find that uncomfortable? That's a totally normal thing. Studies have shown people usually perceive time slower when they are fully concentrated on something simple and monotonous. For example, at this moment, only 3 minutes have passed, but these two are very anxious. For as time stretched, it showed that prolonged separation was the most important factor of what exhausted chemistry, even if they still trust one another. It's been a while. Has May entered my thoughts? Is something wrong? To check, Kiana added some pressure to her grip on May's hand. Fingers remained soft, the temperature in her palm had risen. Of course, looks like we're still here. Kiana began to slow her breathing. To quiet her mind, she relied on the same sleep aid techniques of that famous insomnia. Into my thought space, into my thought space, into my thought space. Kiana, what are you doing? It's making it harder to concentrate. Or the echoes just prove that I've already entered Kiana's thought space. How could it be? What was I thinking? May was troubled with wondering whether she ought to continue or not. An urge to speak up and ask was swelling in the back of her mind, but she is yet to realize. I'm sorry, May. I won't think it again. Her hesitation and doubt became clear when their consciousness had connected. You can see what I was just thinking, right? Well then, let's just call it even. Anyway, are we almost finished? Kiana's grip on May's hand subconsciously became tighter. They're so cute together! I need them to kiss. Cause they gotta kiss. I don't know. But can you relax? Just go with the flow like before, alright?
本当にメイ先輩にしか口にしない言葉だよ。
Very bright and gay. The moment where their thoughts finally touched, becoming one, an airiness set in. In unison, they both lifted into the air like paper kites in a warm breeze. That moment seemed to last forever and end in the blink of an eye. The two opened their eyes together. It was St. Freya, a place that felt like home. I didn't expect this to be the first stop. Hello. Maria. They can't hear anymore. She gazed a few feet in front of her, where there was now nothing. Kiana, you met Himeko-sensei at the Theater of Domination, right? Right, and the world recorded by the gem of haste. You figured things out so quickly. You look like you can already guess what I've been through. Back then, we had parted ways, but I'd become the Harsher of Flame Scion. So, back on campus, you're a good class rep for Himeko-sensei. I never expected someone would call me a class rep. But it's spot on, isn't it? And I want to ask you to help me make up for my long absence, class rep. I'm like, this remind me of something you taught me. Don't wait for someone else to do your job. I want to tell you about a memory from that year. So it's up to the class rep? Alright then. Now, where should I begin? She closed her eyes, took a breath, and recounted it as calmly as she could. The first thing she had said to me was, "Long time no see, Kiana." We hadn't seen each other in a while, but when it comes to Himeko-sensei, May, and the others, it always feels like just yesterday. Hello, August. No, you are Stimky. She also said, you've changed a lot. But I'd always thought, if giving up that change made all the bad things go away, I'd rather just go and be Kiana Idioka, like Marnia says. That kinda sounds childish now, huh, May? But I used to really think like that, about all sorts of fantasies. Maybe my immaturity was a defense mechanism. No one likes to talk about final goodbyes, But it can't be avoided. I'm the Harsha of the Void, and nothing will change that. But I already had expectations that I couldn't quickly realize. I had to look at it and accept it rationally. I am not winning. Because there's not a current win state in this part of the story. They're just hanging out, being gay. When you put it like that, it wasn't that way, Kiana. You know how Himeko-sensei had just lost touch with everyone, waiting somewhere, snoozing in an imaginary space. And then she'll ask me if she made her appearance too suddenly. She's afraid you're not mentally prepared. Yeah, but who could prepare to face something like that? And it just becomes a permanent escape. So I couldn't help but cry in front of Himeko-sensei. I was really crying, too. But that's a part of growing up, right? Yeah. Yeah. What she had just said, Kiana had probably told Bronya, the class president, and the principal. I'm not sad. I've grown. I'm doing well. These are all things she said, and they were all true. But she couldn't help but feel her innocence had been lost to time. As Raiden Mei's had once been. Did you know Mei? Before she left, Himeko-sensei told me all the things she wanted to do, but never had the chance to. Then I realized how something seemingly insignificant can play such an important role in our lives. Maybe those are the most valuable parts of our lives. Alright. Himeko-sensei said she wanted to go back to St. Freya to write something on the blackboard again, go back to her room to have a drink. She wanted to try on a red dress, have some of Mei's cooking, and the class president's egg noodles. She wanted to not just graduate and grow up. Kiana. It's a bit sad, but also pretty moving, isn't it? She winked at Mei and smiled as before. Better to look back at memories with a smile rather than tears. After all, if you shed tears when you miss the sun, you also miss the stars. Is that one of Tagori's bones? Yeah, if you like it, I can lend a book to you when we get back. Okay. Aww.
そういえば、少し前に似たようなことを言ってくれた人がいたの。過去と別れを告げるときは笑顔でってね。古の楽園。
Elysian Realm. It was the testing ground for world serpent agents, and a world constructed from memories and sins.
記憶体で構築された世界だった。そこには
13 years of the previous era rested there, including Fufa, Kevin, and the first Harsha who fought for humanity. They called themselves the 13 Flame Chasers. The past months, I've been seeking the Honkai secrets and the purpose of being a Harsha there. At the end of my journey, I got the answer I wanted. I had to face a farewell, I feared. To defeat the Harsha of corruption, the Flame Chasers who had become sin sacrificed themselves. They left all of us humanness and brought more faith to my life today. Compared to sadness, it's the touching by heart that lasts. As long as you remember us, the story will never vanish. This is what Elysian, the most beloved of them, told me. It's a full story of regrets, but it's the regrets that make it anything and everything that's given me unforgettable. Don't be pushed around by fate. Don't be swept along by time. Don't be fearful of parting. Don't run away from death and go towards the future I believe in, no matter what. Upon reaching the end, the will they left and the beauty they protected will be passed on to successors like us. I guess this is the romance of history.
いろんな物語を持つ人たちみたいだね。
The 13 Flame Chasers. They sound like people with stories. Yeah, if you want to hear their stories, I can tell them for as long as you want.
いくらでも教えるわ。
Oh, how sweet. Just gals being pals. Been walking for a while, but I haven't detected any anomalies here. You seem relieved. Yeah, nobody knows what a real spiritual restraint is. If we engage in combat for no good reason here, our surroundings will most likely be affected. I know this sounds selfish. I want Saint Freya to remain the way we remember it.
この道を歩くといろんなことを思い出しちゃうな。そうね。あの頃放課後のチャイムが鳴ったら、キアナちゃんはいつも真っ先に教室から飛び出して、そしてその次に教室を出るのは大体私。わけも聞かされないまま、キアナちゃんによく引っ張られていたわね。
Why did your cooking have to be so delicious? I couldn't stop thinking about eating after school during early classes. Kiana, are you blaming your zoning out in class on me? I'm blaming on my stomach. It's all because I kept growling. Speaking of which, Bronya acted as if she couldn't care less about going back to the dorm. She tried to trick me into telling what May had cooked for us the day earlier every time. You too.
メイ先輩、あの塀の向こうにあるレストラン街のこと、まだ覚えてる？もちろんよ。確か私が刀の修行につまずいて、練習のために部屋にこもってた時、
Ice cream and snacks。キアナちゃんは
私を連れ出して、あそこのアイスクリームやお菓子を食べさせてくれたのよね。機会があったら、もう一度白桃味のプリンを食べたかったわ。メイ先輩、どうしてキャラメルプリンとクレープの話を飛ばしたの？美味しくなかった？キアナちゃんが選んだものは何でも美味しかったわよ。どうして白桃味の話を先にしたかというと、
something peaches something I don't know.
今はやめて。
Forget about it.
メイ先輩ったらもったいぶらないでよ。キアナちゃんと違って、あれは私が初めて友達と交換しながら食べたお菓子
first
だから。
snack she shared with friends. That's cute.
気がついたら訓練場について
I've
た
come
ね。
to the training ground before I knew it.
精神の枷が
It'd be so bad if the spiritual restraint could just stay here.
残念ながら
Sadly, like someone here, it's not a
あまりお
compliant
となしく
student.
メイ先輩ってば。確かあ
I
の頃
remember
の
he
キア
left
ナちゃ
showing
んは
off in front of me and yelling
いつも前
about
に出て
becoming the
最
strongest
強の場
Valkyrie.
でも授業中は
And that
居
you
眠
slept
り
in
ばか
class
り。
instead of
テ
studying
スト
for
の復習
exams.
も
You
ちゃ
brought
んと
game
しない。
consoles
さらに
to Bronya, who
ゲ
had
ーム
perfect
機を持って
grades.
ストップストップ。
Stop,
メイ
stop,
先
May.
輩、
Why are you
どうして
bringing
急
that
に
up
そ
all
ん
of
な
a
ことを話し
sudden?
始めるの？それ以上
You're
話した
getting
ら
to the part of
また
tugging
メ
my
イ先
ear.
輩にあら恥ずかしい。
Feeling embarrassed? She tugged her ear for the first time in a long time. Hey, I'm
メイ
not a
先
kid
輩、
anymore.
もちろん
Of course you aren't.
今のキアナちゃんは
Now you don't need my ear tugging or
私やブ
Bronya's
ローニャ
reverse
ちゃんがい
psychology
ろ
to
い
do
ろ
what
し
you're
なくて
supposed
も
to do.
ちゃ
In
んと
fact,
自
you're
分
so
のすべきことを
self-motivated
す
that
る。
it's a tad scary. No
そ
way.
こま
I'm
で
a
じゃないよ。
clacker compared to people like
デュランダルに
Tarantal. That said, May's words easily stirred the web formed by her thoughts. When that web stopped wobbling, the thread of thought naturally stopped there. That's right. Kiana knew full well that day she wouldn't get around to discussing with May what they needed to talk about. After that thought, her mind fell into a deep silence, like a computer powering down. And yet her mind was working overtime to rebuild everything at a breakneck pace. Oh, cool! The last time they saw each other before this event, where they had a big fight.
こ
This
こは
is...
キアナちゃん大丈夫？
Kiana, are you alright?
うん
Yeah,
今は
I'm
大
fine
丈夫
now.
だ。ならいいけど、
Good.
さっき
I had no
急に
reaction
キアナ
like
ち
a
ゃんが
dummy just now.
人形
After
み
that,
たいに
Saint
無
Freya
反応にな
disappeared
った
in
の。
the Sea of Darkness and
そして
was
一
replaced
面
by
の暗
Chiba
闇に消え
Academy.
た聖フレイヤの代わりに、
Unlike that day, there were no more thunders from the
てっ
sky.
きり準備を
Initially,
す
I
る間
thought
があ
there
るの
would
か
be
と
at
思っ
least
てたわ。
at least be time for preparation.
例えば
It's just a door or ball of light appearing out of nowhere and only enter another space after touching it. Hey, this isn't a game. I heard you've been possessed by Branya. Sorry, I experienced many things in the Elysian realm, so I can't help but develop some cognitive inertia. Mate, why are you speaking so monotonously? Is it because we're here? No, you're right. I was once afraid to recall what had happened here. The sun! Ah! The environment could greatly change and influence the people in it. Unlike in the previous thought space, she constantly hesitated over what to say, what to do, and what emotions to express. Silence surrounded them and separated the two with a comfortable distance. Spiritual restraint. It's like this isn't the place. Yeah, there's nothing apart from us. Just like that day. There are differences too. For example, the atmosphere. Hey, look, there's a hole here in the metal net. Perfect for admiring the view. But it's such a large hole. How is it made? That's probably from when I struck you down. I see, that's why I don't remember. Gives Chiba Academy's observation deck a higher star rating, doesn't it? I mean, it's such a panoramic view. Yeah, that's really how Kiana thinks. If he's not the only thing that's good, the wind feels so comfortable here. What a pity that back then we weren't in the mind to admire all these. Then let's make up for all that at once. I don't think we'll have the next special change for a while. I'm not wrong, those changes are associated with my emotional fluctuations. But I'm not sure if it's related to my emotions or the magnitude of fluctuations. It's alright. Since we're in your thought space, playing by ear may be the best way. Yep. After that, they spoke no further and simply gazed into the distance together. Normally, most people would prefer to avoid silence between conversations, as if it were a pair of scissors that would snip the friendship apart. Conversations would lose their meanings after too much silence. But for them, some silence ironically helped to merge their thoughts and experience each other's emotions. May. Nothing. I just wanted to say your name. Then, Kiana? Actually, that day, I initially thought that I had many things that I didn't manage to tell you. But after that, I suddenly realized that it's not about saying something. Because there's no way that May wouldn't know what I was thinking. It's the same for me too. If I survived the World Serpent, I could barely sleep at all. I knew why, but I couldn't do anything about it. So I used that time to reflect. And I thought about the most was how we could have avoided that unnecessary fight. For example, if we had talked to each other calmly. But in the end, we couldn't find the best possible solution. You wanted me to stay, and I wanted to save you. Neither of us were wrong. Since neither was wrong, it'd be hard to convince each other with mere words. Since neither was wrong, it was inevitable for us to have taken some extreme measures. Yeah. Perhaps this is growth. Now we still hold the same beliefs, but we don't need to persuade each other anymore. Maybe this difference is a form of propriety. We can open up our hearts like we did now, back when we were having sweet pepper curry, when we were in Arc City. At least those discourses would have been less agonizing. Yeah. But on the contrary, if not for that impulse, maybe we wouldn't have experienced this growth and matured to who we are today. So your conclusion is that our fight was worth it. May, you shouldn't use violence in school. You should evolve this with a pillow fight. Aww. The two laughed knowingly. As they looked at each other, they clearly felt the intangible wall that once separated them. The last of it had finally disappeared along with their laughters. Now kiss. May. Back when I had just returned to Helios, there were lots of things I said, decisions I made that I buried deep in my heart or did alone. And of all the others, you were the one I was most unwilling to share with. And that led to us splitting up. She suddenly stopped talking, as though an invisible gag had been placed over her mouth. After going over the words in her head, she began to speak again. I know your mood can change a lot when facing the same issues I faced, but you rarely show it. Instead, you've always accepted me quietly and given me guidance whenever I need, from the first day we met until now. Fight for all that is beautiful in the world. This is my mission and my promise to Himeko. And in my heart, you're the most special part of all the beautiful things in the world. In a non-gay way, definitely. That's why I hope you can care about yourself more than me or the world. She was slightly relieved after saying this. She could never forget the words once said to her. You are more important than the world. And she had been waiting for an opportunity to respond. Not that she needed to, but she wanted to. She knew if she spoke her mind, it wouldn't be the answer May wanted to hear the most. But at this moment, she still wanted to let May know how she felt in this way. So, what are your thoughts right now, May? She took a moment to rehearse what she would say in her head. I believe, more often than not, what we do is in contradiction to what we think. The world doesn't always allow us to choose what we want the most. Maybe in the near future, I might be faced with another hard decision that could decide our fate. When it happens, I might not be as steadfast as before. I might hesitate and think long and hard. Because the weight of everything in the world is also changing as we move forward together. But the bottom line is, the person who restored my faith in the world and convinced me there were still things worth fighting for, it's you, Kiana. Kiana didn't know what to say. A few seconds later, she finally came up with the most official reply she could think of. Thank you, May. And you're equally important to me, too. I'm happy to hear that. Kiana felt greatly relieved, and the web of thoughts started to dance. Before she realized, the view had shifted again. The world's changed again. Kiana looked around her. What is this place? Looks like Nagazora, only... Maybe this is my memory. Could be my presence has had an impact on the mind space centered around you. Remember, when you tried to shut down the imaginary singularity in Nagazora riding Benares, you were attacked by imaginary constructs. This is where Benares fell. Trying to protect me, who was chasing you, took a fatal blow from the husk. That was when her awareness scattered. So, this is how Kurikara came to be? Yeah. Benares. No, better call her Bella. Finding her through the void, Bella stood on my side many times. Without her help, I couldn't have conquered my inner demon and defeated the Hersher of the Void. But as an illusion in the Hersher core, she was gone along with her summoner. I owe her a thank you. Me too. Looking back now, she saved me for very simple reasons. I was your friend, and she knew you'd be sad if I got hurt. Friends. It could be because we both reminded her of Siren. Bella, she did everything for simple reasons. That's why it wouldn't be fair to judge her for anything particular she did. From an outsider's point of view, there's no absolute evil, nor pure good. We can say both Bella and Siren were slaves of Honkai and prisoners of fate. And perhaps the same can also be said for World Serpent and Kevin. Project Stigma means to bring an everlasting dreamland. It's no different from making Evan in the world a prisoner of fate, or even worse. Kiana clenched her hands. Being held prisoner in a dream space built by someone else, Kiana was no stranger to such an experience. She knew exactly how terrible it felt. As an organization, World Serpent claims their mission is to help humanity break free from its miserable fate. But when we look at the outcome as a continuation of the dark side of the moths, it's never cared about the fate of common people. Only civilization matters to it. I suppose we're all faced with the ladder. Ascend to the top and we can confront Honkai face to face. The bitter feud between Shixel and anti-entropy was created on the way. Oh. And World Serpents tries to take a shortcut using knowledge and tech from the previous era, while ignoring the thorny matter and the suffering mass. His eyes are always fixed on the top, and that's why it never pays any attention to people struggling and in trouble. So what we should do now seems clear now. Cut the thorns and clear the path with everyone. You're right. It's evident that we have major differences with World Serpent when it comes to how to defeat Honkai. The challenge for us is to find a better solution than theirs. It's a tough challenge, but a worthy one. But Serpent believes it can go beyond finality to reach the future. This says we can't do better. Yeah. Where there's a will, there's a way. May lowered her eyes and touched her blade. As if alive, the handle became warm and glowed red faintly. You agree too, right, Bella? Hey, watch out! Conversation was suddenly interrupted by a huge blade dropping from the sky. Minded by Kiana, May drew her blade. She knew clearly that was their goal coming here. The real spiritual restraint. The husk thingy. Feels just like old times. Aww, partner in a definitely purely platonic friend way. God damn it, he was one hit away. They're doing it. That should be the end of it. Her powers seem to have come back. This is still of yours. Me? Not exactly, but anyway, it's much better than when I first came here. Project Stigma is so overrated. She moved her body around and felt strength running through. Even her reflexes improved. But I should say it wouldn't have been this easy without you. And we couldn't have done it without Bronya, the Hersher of Sentience, and Dr. May. You haven't changed at all. Speaking of, May stopped abruptly. May? Where May looked and where the imaginary construct vanished, a mass of light emerged. Looks like that's the exit of the mind space. So that's what you were anticipating. I wouldn't say I was anticipating. I need to stay with you for a little bit longer here. Me too. After all, it won't be easy for us to be with each other like this once we get out. We stood by the light for long and didn't step ahead. Behind the exit were unknown challenges and imminent crises. Just like the last time, the clock would start to tick the second they left. They needed to break the restraints Project Stigma put on Hershers first, then confront Kevin Kazlana. Maybe the finality lurking behind him, too. Yeah, we've got a lot to do. And a lot more after that. So it's time to say goodbye now. After seconds of silence, someone moved. took her hand off the other and said something she had rehearsed in her heart time and time again.
Mei senpai, 一緒に帰ろう。
ええ、キアナちゃん。約束するわ。一緒に帰りましょう。
Bro, I can't believe they're holding hands. It's crazy. What does it feel like to fall from a dream? This time, Kiana got a new answer, the warm touch of a close one. Sense of touch came back to her first. Coming back from the mind space, the first thing Kiana felt was her hands in May's. Then her sense of smell. On the moon's surface and in the dry, artificial air, May's fragrance was so special. And then hearing. Just that. Then her hearing. Dreamed to silence, the two girls burst into laughter at the same time. Such a special experience. Felt like we were in there for a long time. I think it was too short. It was the length of a dream. The dream they had both dreamed of countless nights. Only, it wasn't a dream. At least this time, from now, it's not a dream anymore. Yeah, my future is not in the dream anymore. We have enough time to make it come true. Now after that, we'll have plenty of time to enjoy life. Ferndale is watching me closely, and I haven't had an ice cream for a month. She's doing the right thing. But look at you. Obviously, your power's fully restored. Of course, and this is me at my best. See, I couldn't feel better. How about you, May? It's like at least half of my strength was back, but... She lifted her hand and put it down quietly. Kurikara didn't answer her call like it had always done. As the invader of the mind space, I'm yet to recover my full combat capacity. Well, that's disappointing. Well then, from now on, Kiana the Knight will protect May the Princess. They're so fucking cute. Gay. They're so gay. It's like magical girl China with that. Makes sense. We'd better let the Herrscher of Sentience support at the front line. But, May, I was kidding. We're the best team ever, even when you're not 100% yourself. I'm really happy to fight by your side. So am I. It's just as Dr. May said, coming up against another husk. Speaking of it, where are they? It wasn't until now that the two took their eyes off each other and started to look at their surroundings. Maybe it was to help them immerse themselves in the mind space, or maybe it was to avoid embarrassment. Anyway, Dr. May was not there to guide them. Maybe they've moved out? Anyhow, let's go to the agreed location first. They finally took their eyes off each other. Like 2 minutes after the game said that. Oh, Bronya. Bronya's over here being like, man, I didn't get my Hershey breath. Why am I May and not Kiana? Hey, are you guys done? Yep, thanks for waiting, Bronya. For such a celebratory progress, Bronya's wait was worthwhile. How do you feel, Kiana? Ready to take on the husks? Of course, I've never been more ready. Just kidding. Actually, I'm missing something. Missing something? Of course, simply relying on May isn't enough. We still need Bronya's wisdom. You're right. Frankly speaking, that's Bronya's forte. Bronya laughed. Actually, this was another reason that they both coincidentally chose to let May break Kiana's psychological shackles. Bronya had no say in this matter. I immediately chose May. The Herrscher of Reason, who represented civilization, the ease of replication, relied on her understanding of the item. When it came to simple support skills, using 1/10 of her powers would be enough. In fact, for the predecessor Belt Yang, in his life as a Herrscher, his sync rate with his core was never above half. Of course, as everyone knew, that didn't stop him from becoming a hero. Hello, Aqua. I see you're there, yes. Yeah, and knowledge and judgment are the strongest weapons for everyone. So please guide me along, our smartest mind. Of course. Bronya won't let you down. Ah, that reminds me. What's wrong, Bronya? Although this is late, but... Welcome back, Kiana. Welcome back, May. Clap, clap. 2 cursed sounds of applause seemingly brought everything back to the past. Hey, Santi, what up? She's like, no, I will not talk to you. Ah, shit. You want the cutscene to start, it's fine. Standing beneath the ruined walls, May seemed to have become one with the dead silent environment. Sending May into Kiana's mind space, she had been standing there, not moving an inch. Doctor, need me to investigate the environment. According to my preliminary analysis, the environment hasn't changed at all. Thank you, Prometheus, but that won't be necessary. I'd like to take in everything with my own eyes. This moment, the cold and emotionless May finally began to notice a view around her and exude something similar to fondness. Even if you keep the view in your memory, it won't last for long. Prometheus, are you complaining? Doctor, to improve computing efficiency, my emotion modules weren't fully installed. I wasn't complaining, I was stating a fact. But I expect more of an opinion rather than a fact from you, number 17. Oh, they're back. The 3 came before May and didn't know what to say. So you ready? Guess it's time to say goodbye to each other. To May, when we leave the bubble universe, we may leave behind a fleeting singularity. There's no guarantee, but... Add time. I'll return in a few minutes. With water stuff. BRB. I forgot to go to the BRB screen like dumbass, but I'm back. It's fine. If you could seize the opportunity and reshape your form of existence, there might be a way to keep you existent in the proper world. It's too much of a hypothesis. If we really mean to make it come true, we need extraordinary luck. To be precise, for Dr. May, the probability of success using this method is close to the constant determined by the uncertainty principle, which is about negative 34th power of 10. The Planck constant? What's to say? It's only natural. To deceive the world, we must accept unfavorable odds. In the story of the Herrscher of Sentience told me, this Schicksal overseer who did something similar. You know very clearly how much trouble he went through and how high a price he paid. She didn't go on. If time permitted, she liked to talk more with these promising young minds. But as a shadow from the past and the one who initiated Project Stigma, she knew better than anyone the importance of time. No need to feel guilty. Even if you didn't show up, neither my body nor this bubble universe can hold for long as soon as time begins to flow. Compared with 50,000 years, the difference between 4 days or 40 days is almost negligible. So let us say goodbye and be on our way, just like Sensei did. She suspected my choice from the very beginning. Of course, her words are emotional. Never thought that Herrscher Shanghua's memory in the proper world was such an interesting character. Makes me want to meet you even more. But it matters not, because you'd say hello to her for me, right? May, don't be like this. You once accepted the end of the Elysian realm, right? How did you? Because I see marks of Elysia on you. I believe in you. As the successor of the Moth's will, you know what everyone did wouldn't be in vain. I have faith in you, just like I have faith in Kevin. I just feel I've seen a lot of departure lately. But they're worthwhile, right? When they named the organization the Moths, it probably didn't occur to them that compared to the flame-chasing moths, they were more like the flames keeping the path lit. Movies, it's indeed a good name. And a respectable name. Yeah, that's enough. Alright, don't dwell in dust already settled in the past. Try to make your way to the future. What?
メイ博士、直接脳に話しかけているの？それとも四季の律書が？成婚計画の本質は世界の編纂。このことさえ覚えておけば、いずれは律書の力でそれを変える方法を見つけられる。そして新たな起源に時代の火種を灯してちょうだい。それが人の律者であるあなたたちの責任。
Are we done? Can we go now? It's time to challenge the husk and return to our own world. Let's get to it then. Acting tough, she actually had her eyes on May in the distance. Saves me the trouble of more useless words. Saying goodbye is a total waste of time. She finished what she meant to say in her heart. After all, enough was said 50,000 years ago. Let's beat it. The Herrscher of Sentience. She. Let's go. Hey, she does have Fuhua's memories. It's gotta be really weird. Now I'll use the energy stored in the bubble universe and guide Kiana to restore the complete existence of the husk. You will only get one chance. I advise you to prepare for battle. Let's do this? Why are you wasting my time? Just get it done already. Go ahead, Kiana. Like you always did. I know you can do it, Kiana. Go fight a boss.
今から想像してみてください。あなたの前にはどう戦っても倒せないと言われた疑神オットーが存在しています。彼の無限を終わらせるには彼の生命力を有限側に拘束する必要があります。そうです、まさにその通りです。
Choose battle difficulty baby mode. Let's go. Let's see if they're in the Honkai Cube. What Honkai Cube? This Honkai Cube. No, I don't. That was really weird. Give me these. Okay, give me these. Is that all of them? I can't tell. No, because the fucking... Yay! I killed a bull. It's over. Yeah, it's over. Now then. Girl held her breath and captured the veins that remained in the space due to the husk. You've become quite skilled. Good, this many will do. Now then, could this door be... Yes, as you sensed, this is your passage to the proper world and our last struggle for existence. Yeah! Ready? We're going back. Of course. I'm gonna get a lift with you guys. Alright, sit tight then. Tree! The other side of the 50,000 years. Sushang, are you alright? If you're tired, you can go back to New Outro and get some rest. Nah, I was just meditating. Meditating? The training method Kiana used? It's a common way to train in Sanjo. No, the entire East. Legend has it ascension to godhood can be achieved through meditation. It may be exaggerated, but does broaden your mind and sharpen your senses. Indeed, to improve my command of Sumeru, I sometimes do something similar. Oh, that's why you all look so calm and collected. Huh? It's a misunderstanding. The reason why I go meditating is that I've lost my inner peace. Seriously, Durandal, how long do we have to wait here? I only came 2 hours ago. You're such a patient one. As soon as I think of Kiana and the others trying to find the way back, every minute becomes torture. So I knew we were going to wait for 2 hours here. Before she could finish, the ground began to quake. Meanwhile, everything in her eyes began to gleam and wiggle in the silvery air like stirred soap bubbles. The tie between 2 worlds changed. On the other side, the beacon named reality began to spread and sink like ink in water, blurring the boundaries between worlds. In blinding white light, familiar figures emerged. Kiana! Kiana, finally, we meet again. Glad to see you okay. Yeah, Durandal, we meet again. It's only been a few hours. That's just... Hey. Huh? Durandal, something happened? Huh? Bewildered, Kiana looked at her hands tightly held by Durandal's. It wasn't until now Durandal realized. She was acting too weirdly compared with her usual calm self. Sorry, that wasn't appropriate. She spoke, hesitation flushed over her eyes. It was gone instantly and followed by a relieved smile. Anyway, the important thing is you came back. It's been a while, Miss Raiden. Sage it. The same to you. Long time no see, Miss Atakina, Miss Lee. Brownie's eyes dwelt on Sela and vice versa. Hey, everyone's fine. Now, Kith. Finally able to relax her worries, Sela began to look tired. Please take a short break nearby. We'll march on later. The bubble universe from 50,000 years was merged. We should be able to continue exploring. Let's get some rest and exchange intel. But what will we run into going forward? Maybe only Kevin knows. Still, it's better to avoid him. Raksha said if the man was fully recovered, even Taishun in his prime wouldn't be able to stop him. What? You're bragging about how powerful you were all the time. You're afraid to face this Kevin guy now? The disappeared Herrscher reemerged before Li Sushang and started to taunt her. She wasn't interested in the team talk, but changed her mind just a moment ago. Master? No, you're not here. You look a lot like her, though. So, you're the Herrscher of Sentience? You've got a problem with that? The face of the intimidating Herrscher of Sentience, even Li Sushang didn't know what to say. Yeah, that Senti doesn't really see eye to eye with Sushang. Also because back in Coloston... Before she could finish, her lips were muffled by a quick hand. Shh. Hush. Don't try to make it worse, Idioka. Luckily, the Herrscher of Sentience didn't press further. She shrugged casually to show how forgiving she was. And you lot too. Kevin has taken away all your confidence, huh? And even go even against him myself. What are you afraid of? Go even? Yeah, he did hold himself back, but I also had a few trump cards up my sleeve. Anyhow, if the battle is imminent, what's the point of emphasizing how tough the enemy is? Sure, sentience. Exactly because we don't fear Kevin, we cannot talk about our gap in strength candidly. Excuses. I can't tell the difference anyway. And I've got a good plan. Started to grin wickedly. Once you remove the source of your fear, there won't be any trouble anymore. It's just a walk in the park for me to speak behind his back, and someone who's fought him head on, you know it won't work at all. At least I'm the one trying to solve the problem here. Just trying to teach you that as a true warrior, the first thing is to conquer your fear and... fear. Maybe she failed to find the right word, but something that happened somewhere else took her by surprise. She was suddenly frozen, and her eyes went wide as if she saw something impossible. This then followed by a low curse. Bastard, I sure know how to make trouble. Hey, seems to me you're the troublemaker here. The hurt Sheriff Sentience didn't reply. Just like her every sudden appearance and disappearance, she became immersed in white light. Sheriff Sentience, what are you doing? Gotta go. Not wasting my time on psychological counseling for you losers. But where are you off to? Don't ask. Can't follow me anyway. As soon as she finished speaking, she vanished into thin air. Huh? This one has got some personality. No. Did she mean... Of course. Just now, a mighty force surged up from the moon's surface facilities like a hurricane, telling the invaders of its invincibility. Durandal, May, and Bronya were no strangers to this force. Kevin, he's down the path, and... Fuhua! Ermagerd! You gotta go say Fuhua! Everything transitory is only approximation. What could not be achieved here come to pass. Despair is a curious feeling. Face of unstoppable enemies, people weren't desperate. And everything brilliant and glorious vanished. People weren't either. The moment of despair came when the greatest feats were accomplished. And that's why you're so vulnerable, lonely, and desperate. You're looking for your final resting place, aren't you? The man kept silent, but Fuhua didn't press on. She was waiting for the silence to prove it and vindicate the value of her arrival. I won't deny it. A desperate win is a win still. She sighed softly. Well then, since you've imprisoned every Hersher, why leave me out? You should know, the Hershey Sentience's core is still within me. No, why, after all? You're you. Fuhua expected the answer, but hearing it still surprised her. This man had been alone for too long that people forgot he needed friends too. Indeed. For example, I came here to give you recognition as well. You fulfilled the most vision. You bound to leave humanity to win in the war against Honkai. I must give you that as well. As well. I see. That's my only identity. Things would be much easier. That's not your fault. Between there was a huge gap of 50,000 years. Kevin, you were once my teammate. On the battlefield, you were the leader I looked up to. I must say that we didn't share the same ideal. I didn't have the courage to face up to you. In the past, I got Sue wrong. He said, not being able to die when finality befell. This is Kevin's greatest regret. Back then, I thought I'd only loved Dr. May. Today, I've come to a better understanding of the regret. The moment you become the victor, you'll also kill your old self, the bearer of deliverance, with your own hands. You know it. We must win. The silence of finality rose with the man. May entrusted Project Ember to you. Then, when Fushi sacrificed, we thought Project Ember had failed. Thousands of years later, we lost contact with the Ark that had sailed out again. So I decided to seize the first execution window of Project Stigma. To accomplish our mission at relatively minimal cost with a new Hersher. When a new Hersher hasn't been born and the new population has surpassed hundreds of millions. As you know, Sue stopped me. Rather than have hundreds of millions of people die at that time, he wanted to gamble. Gamble that Project Valuka would find a perfect answer before fated finality. I hope he did it. Well, now this is the second and last window of Project Stigma. The 12 Hershers we predetermined have all ascended, and we can save the most survivors at relatively maximum cost. Maximum, not minimum. Okay. But if Sue had found his answer, then your ember has never been extinguished. On the contrary, it'll start burning from now on, to cleanse the history of all sins. So, Fufa. Surprisingly, he began calling her by her new name. Friend or foe, pick your side. No regrets, my old friend. Along a familiar path, Prometheus and Dr. May met for the last time. After hearing May's answer, Prometheus became briefly unresponsive. Recalling sizable knowledge, she still could not decipher the state of affairs. No regrets, huh? Even if we can't communicate outward and your plan has failed. Make the original me aware of everything and in control of everything, but will still perish after paving the way for others. Do you think I should feel resentment? That is a painful experience, at least for humans. But you know that's not what I'm talking about. The accusation you made against me? That I'm using those children as my leverage over betraying the world. If you are talking about the reason I said those harsh words, then yes. The process of merging is irreversible, but according to my calculations, it's supposed to begin in at least 40 days. Which is to say, with your wisdom, you successfully pushed your world to destruction 40 days early, more like a bubble universe that only has you and me, though. This is necessary for humanity itself. Does such necessity include today, even if those Hershers have inadequate reason to stop Project Stigma, they don't need to hurry back to the proper world today. According to my calculations, another viable strategy is to have them secretly regain their powers here. This won't delay the process. But you've been suggesting them that time is pressing from the beginning. I thought there was deeper consideration. But, Doctor, are you also acting impetuously? Oh? In the past, when we could move freely, on this day every year, no matter what business you have at hand, you'd leave it behind, come here alone, but do nothing. Since you prioritize this above all else, I can infer that being in the moment, when the merge is completed, is crucial for you. But given the trend, the errors are ultimately uncontrollable, and you and I will disappear entirely before the merge is completed. Salvation is even more of a wishful thinking. So, even without knowing the details, I can tell this is a mortifying result for you. The time you pursued will become meaningless, which is why I said your plan has failed. I'm pleased, Prometheus. Including the details that you couldn't have known, you've seen through me on your own. But I'm afraid I don't have enough time to make you understand. Detail I couldn't have known? Yes, it happened. A very long time ago. When I inferred that the Hersher finality might cleave some bubble universes off the proper world, I immediately shared it with Kevin. Of course, he didn't understand a bit. Cause like all of his descendants, he's a fucking idiot. Understandable. He doesn't even have a bachelor's degree. Damn! Prometheus throwing shade. That's not really what I meant. I didn't understand a thing about theories, but this helped him discover something I didn't. On that basis, he raised a speculation and made a promise. He said if any one of us survives the finality, that person must come here on the day I met him yearly, which is today, be alone for a day. What's the meaning of it? It's a simple thought. Bubble universes were created by the finality's world destruction. Then, he thought, maybe the we and bubble universes might remember this promise too. Such is the meaning of this day. Across endless space and time, may accompany another that has lost everything in the dark. So after learning about the proper world, you began manipulating the time when the merge will occur. You want the Kevin in the proper world to see you one last time before you disappear, even if you have almost no chance of success. I must point something out. Someone who has cosmic juggernaut, All this is meaningless. If he so desires, he can do it voluntarily, any time. The fact that his world serpent contacted us to be his tool indicates his worldview is no longer innocent and ignorant. And you, Dr. May, you set the direction for today simply because of this irrational commitment. In terms of logic, you are blind. Well, you're supposed to think this way. You won't blame an action's meaning, but its efficiency. In your opinion, it should have been absolutely rational from beginning to end, right? Yes. Many people have described us as such. Prometheus is the integration of all knowledge, then May is the thinking, through which gods process knowledge. But thought, unlike knowledge, must serve a purpose. That's why I hoped you would see me and understand me on your own one day. Are you trying to say you've always been emotional, and it's only your methods that have been absolutely rational? No. Once again, Prometheus became unresponsive. Are you saying your rationality is a tool for preserving your sensibility? May finally showed gratification. There are shortcuts to learning and making decisions, but no matter how advanced an AI is, it must experience objective thinking like a newborn. Experience the self. No matter how shallow its cognitions of them are, there's a starting point that allows every being to become human. Whether that being is based on genes or codes. Indeed, the people the most would never admit it, but the reason they followed me without hesitation was exactly that. I'm a romantic through and through, and I assume that's the fundamental reason Kevin in the proper world see us as tools and brought those children here. And that's what he's finally realized. The true content of Project Ember. Project Ember? I don't have the time to explain it in detail. But for them to land without a plan, all that really matters is an unwavering dream and unchanging self. Such as Kevin and his children, me as a shadow, and you. It's okay. I won't force you to accept this philosophy. But why didn't you tell them? I don't think their thinking can reach a level so deep. Because, just as now, the others can't be taught just by telling. By the way, I'll point out another misunderstanding of yours. Showing one's own world, because that's what Kevin will do. I now feel the same need. Doing this out of my own will, it's not insignificant to our true selves. Anyway, ever since I accepted the clumsy but sincere boy, our relationship had never been a fair one to him. I needed to seek the ultimate truth and lead everyone in the war against Honkai. Till the end, we had very little time to ourselves. Now that there's another version of me representing absolute reason in the proper world, I've done everything I could to help her for humanity's future. Let me try to do something for that lonely boy. But he knows nothing about it. It doesn't matter to me. Prometheus, the nature of humanity is to sacrifice oneself for something else. I don't understand. If it goes down like this, even without Honkai, humanity still faces extinction. No, Prometheus. Dr. May, you... This is the end. Looks like the rejection on me is stronger than on you. Well, if you can continue thinking, remember this. The weakness you believe will bring about humanity's downfall is what I believe will save it. That's the only blessing. I can leave you. With the final blessing, the woman worshipped by countless followers as God perished as the fusion intensified. Of course, the same sign showed on Prometheus too. Beneath the mechanical shell, an impulse came up. She looked around trying to find the cold figure and tell him what she just got to know. Tell that man, the one who you betrayed the world for, can do the same for you. But it was all too late. The remains of finality on the spiritual level are indeed my ending in the proper world. It's a shame, Doctor, you didn't give me enough time on this side. Upon this thought, the mechanical girl began to wonder something. Doctor, even just now, were you still calculating? Could it be you want me to? Indeed, although she meant everything she said, her expression was uncharacteristic. As if she was trying to induce the girls into a state so their feelings could pass on to... But we are the only ones here. No, Although later than expected, the third element did appear in this dying micro world. Who's there?
心配しないで。ちょっと変わった形になるけど、ウサギとしての責務がなかったとしても、私は神聖者を見捨てられないの。
Oh shit, it's Mr. Thank you for urging me to stay. But who are you? People of the World Serpent call me here, but you can call me Miss Sharia, which is the human name I gave myself. First of all, let me transcribe your complete consciousness into the stigma. Unlike your doctor, whose consciousness is not pure data, you will know you lose yourself as a result. What are you going to use me for? Don't worry, I don't have any intention of using you. How should I put it? Think of the people I put into a dream. I just want everyone to live happily ever after. You know Project Stigma isn't capable of that. Yes, I know. That's why it's only a dream. But tomorrow doesn't exist. Waking them up from a dream would be murder. Yay! Okay. We're gonna go and we're gonna grab the daily shit. Aw, damn. It's the lady. Oh yeah, there's probably rewards and shit. Collection. Nah, I ain't looking at all that. It's a lot of shit. Actually, wait. Grab that. Grab the crystals. Grab more crystals. Yay, we did it. Ah. Elbow popped. Nope. Surprised there's no stamina yet. Yeah, 75 of those. 374 of those.
セノディア、いつでも出発できるよ。天命永久バルキリー、ヘリ。私の出自はまあどうでもいいや。一緒に遊ぼう。ありがとう。これからも一緒に頑張ろうね。
Okay. She's basically fully done.
いい子、準備はいつでもできてる。
She can have these ones.
先輩たちに追いつくためにはもっと頑張らないと。今日の仕事は全部終わらせたわね。艦長やるじゃない。時間があるなら一緒にバカンスはどう？
energy fluctuations. Ooh. Oh yeah, I can give Sora her robot back. Anyways, back to the story time. Yeah. Story! Whee!
敵は見逃しません。行動開始。
Discuss the situation.
来航にして。
Oh yeah, I can go fast. Ignore me. Where the fuck am I going?
敵は見逃しません。この剣を来航にして行動開始。行きましょう。
Hey look, it's a box.
行動開始。
役立ちそうな材料を持って帰ればクーちゃんはきっと喜んでくれ
More
るはず。
box.
見逃しません。
役立ちそうな材料を持って帰ればクーちゃんはきっと喜んでくれるはず。
この剣を来航にして。
Boop.
行きましょう。行動開始。私と
Hoo-ha. Voice felt like a hammer, knocking everyone into silence. Time seemed to freeze for a few seconds before someone spoke up.
Kiana,
Kiana, can you feel it? Yeah, that's me, but I'm certain that's the energy fluctuation you need to practice it so that it's too soon. It came from somewhere far below. Right, Master. No, Fu-ha. It's deep and bitter struggle. So harsh your sentience left first. Only not because she thinks we can't catch up, but because she thinks we're already too late. Fu-ha isn't in a good situation. But Kevin. It's the same Kevin I know, then he's probably planning to fight for his ambition. At any rate, we need to do something about Fuhua. Yeah, if there's something that Fuhua needs to fight for, we're part of it too. In that case, let's get moving. Procrastinating is a bad habit. Wait, we should discuss who goes and who stays first. I agree with her. There's no such sign yet, but we can't leave the people of New Atra with World Serpent. We'll need people to back us up here. Bronya, I'll stay. I have a good relationship with the people of New Atra. I should be able to organize everyone quickly should emergencies arise. Also, the signal of Sea of Quanta on me can be more easily detected by Durandal's Sumaru or Kiana's authority. It makes me a signaler, doesn't it? Yeah, you're not any signaler, but a lighthouse watching over us. They were to exchange thoughts with just a glance. It's off to Sela, then. I'll do my best. Be careful, Sela. There are multiple gray serpents that are highly dangerous. I understand. She had to part with her sister again just after they were reunited. Sister. Definitely not a girlfriend. But she had no regrets. Such was the life of a Valkyrie. I'll take care of their rear. The most important thing now is to find a way to reach and help Fuhua. Right, as for scouting, while we were talking, Kiana is already... Oh look! Giant fiery explosion. I wonder if that has anything to do with Kevin. Is that Kevin? Kiana, can you find a path to avoid that attack? I don't know. This confirms one thing at least, although in the proper world, the power finality or something else has made this space far more dangerous than Earth. Is there a direction that's relatively safe? Yes, but it's so obvious that it becomes suspicious. Suspicious? Yeah, it's close by. The shaft beneath this elevator, to be precise. The platform that lifted us up? It can go only up and down a short distance if I'm not mistaken. Not exactly. The structure clearly allows it to. So I'll move farther down. Guess even if it's obviously a trap, we can't give up trying. In that case... Bronya will try to hack into the elevator's control program and see what she can do. Meanwhile, you can continue searching for other potential routes. Alright. And again, my space is, of course, in chaos. And isn't an option. You have to see how the others are doing. Hey, I heard Kiana say you have a big red dragon. Oh, right. The only problem is I haven't regained my full power, so I can't summon Karakara. But what about having Kiana teleport us to where Fuhua is? That's what I've been thinking, but in terms of imaginary, the surrounding space is rising and falling like the sea. I don't know Fuhua's exact location. If we rush into action, I can't guarantee everyone's safety. Speaking of exact location, I've been thinking about something. It's like we all woke up in drastically different places on the moon. Kiana, Bronya, and I woke up separately in fragmentary bubble universes. Durandal, I, and Sushang woke up in New Atra. So did Sorachon and Co. What will Fuhua's situation be? Maybe she went looking for Kevin. What more reason to help her? Moreover, if we don't trust Kevin, we may never learn the truth about Honkai. Right. Oh, this goes pretty deep. If we get knocked down from here, it'll be like that time and... I need to stop thinking about it. Durandal, did you find anything new? Nothing, but one thing caught my attention. The elevator is able to go down. Why could it only move between two floors? Maybe a power blocked it. Or we didn't activate it correctly. I think the most reliable reason is someone did it on purpose. That makes sense. The sanctuary isn't far away. Too bad we didn't find any other operating mechanisms after checking. Durandal noticed Kiana staring at her. I get to know you. I thought you were a bruiser, but I realized that you're a master of all trades and knowledgeable in every field. I was just guessing. It's not going to help us. What we really need is the ability to solve problems, which is what you and Bronya are doing, instead of talking about them. Really? Now I feel a little embarrassed. Let's both do our best. Did Bronya fix the elevator? Well, let's go ask. Bronya, how's it? How's it going? How's it doing? It took some time, but it came out alright. However, at the moment Bronya hacked in, Bronya felt a power that doesn't belong to herself. It's arguably ubiquitous in the elevator's control program. This elevator is without a doubt a trap. We have no other choice? Uh-huh. Durandal, what do you think? Our opponent wants to see us. I say we go see them. I knew you'd prefer acting immediately instead of planning prudently. If you're stalled by an elevator, then you're not qualified to meet Kevin. I'm afraid that's our opponent's message. I understand. Let's get going then. Sayla, please stay here for us. Okay, leave it to me. Elevator. Do.
もう来たんですか。どうしたの？下がり始めてからエレベーターは何らかの力に押され、プログラムによるコントロールから抜け出し始めています。なるほど。周りの空間が歪み始めてるんだ。
Shit, magic elevator.
やっぱり最深部に着くまで他の試練に向き合わないといけないんだね。まあそんなに緊張しないで。すでにこれ来たればこれを休んずるべし。
What's the bar at the bottom for?
臨機応変に動こうよ。
Is it the elevator?
案ずるより有無がやすしでしょ。この小さなエレベーターとやらに私たち5人を閉じ込めるなんて不可能だしね。
Surely not.
スショさん、油断は禁物です。
Turndall's like, God damn it, Sushang! She suddenly remembered a phrase. I want to know what I can do. Hey, don't worry. You'll live a lifetime to figure that out. Divided by its long life, it clearly came from a faraway beginning. Time when the suffering had come before the good had become. Hua, no need to continue. I've tasted your willpower. I don't think so. She could barely hold her sword in her hand. Pain from the reaction was eating away at her exhausted body along her nerves. Less than 3 minutes. That was how long Garuda could last against Diabolical. But she managed to hold her sword in her hand. The battle isn't over yet. I don't intend to fight you to the death. So you ought to pay attention to your surroundings. The instant she shifted focus from the battle, she understood what he meant. Several corporeal divine keys had appeared from nowhere in the empty ramp. No need to be confused. They were always here. As our epitaph, frozen in time. Well, in the past, Zu and I partially kept the truth about finality from you. When you entered the cryopod, we said finality would destroy everything. We'd leave the sanctuary to build a new civilization. How much is true? When you woke up 5,000 years ago, we told you a new civilization had sprouted. That was merely sophistry and self-deception. There's only been one budding of humanity. The difference between these two eras only lies in the changes after the start. Her heart pounded. She was aware she did not know the whole truth, but even so, she had never envisioned this possibility, the worst possibility. The start, which is 50,000 years ago for us. Yes, 50,000 years before us, 50,000 years before Raiden Mei. Humans descended from the same group of ancestors, except for ourselves. She froze for a long time before grasping what that meant. It meant the history of the Earth's civilization was but a 50,000-year cycle. fact, pioneers and stigmata were the outliers brought into this era by the Great Hibernation. The eras they experienced were wildly different only due to the changes in initial conditions and random processes. So, this is the authority of finality. Yes, this is the authority of finality. Cycling the planet, racing civilizations, resetting everything to the start. Finality is time. So put your sword away. I have no intention of continuing our fight. It will not do you, me, or anyone else any good. Kevin, you know I don't give in that easily. You're like Teresa. Teresa? Not long ago, we had a duel. Or not. Right now she's sleeping in a dream. Project Stigma is completed. She will live freely in a newborn world, like all of you. You are powerless. Of course. So am I. Fuhua was silent. But her pale face wore a small smile. I want to know what I can do. My power is to show you what the people of this era are willing to pay for what they believe in. A belief that's difficult to realize isn't worth holding on to. Besides, their road ahead is in no way clear. Kevin, as I see it, everyone's future is equally chaotic and equally unclear. Just like us from 50,000 years ago, we relied on our stubborn strength and untenable belief. Was that not enough to keep civilization alive? Since we could, those we watch over it can do even better. Well, those are empty words. I know. That's exactly why, Kevin, my comrade. That's exactly why Fuhua became your enemy. He saw Teresa's spirit in Fuhua's eyes. It was what no amount of setback or suffering could keep down. It was the hope for a better future, and the resolve to sacrifice for a cause. I see. This is your choice, so be it. Come at me, Fuhua. He had seen this sort of verve before in a certain harmonica-playing boy. With each step, Fuhua's body slowed. With each swing, Fuhua's wounds worsened. Garuda's restorative properties barely made a difference, but she did not stop. Like a moth after a flame. I won't allow this battle to be your end. Not fully wanting to, he shot down the moth. Fuhua. There was no answer. He made it across 50,000 years. She leaned against a broken wall quietly, sword in hand. I promise you will live in a world without Honkai. Those you believe in will receive the best ending possible. When time comes, the tombstone of our era will be erected by your hands. Sound of footsteps came from the distance, interrupting his musing. It was someone who should not have appeared here according to Project Stigma. I thought you didn't want to get involved. Who knows? After all, who doesn't like a heroine? The heroines of this era find themselves in another mire, as they expected. Even Li Sushang, who left home for adventure at a young age, could not help but lament the current situation. People say seeing is believing. Here in imaginary space, it's one strange thing after another. Black fire flaring up, an elevator that won't go down, space suddenly disordering. I didn't know this Kevin you feared has so many skills. Great master has trained for 5,000 years. He probably didn't waste a day in 50,000 years. I have a feeling it isn't all Kevin's doing. During my days in World Serpent, the Kevin I saw didn't display the ability to overcome the nurture of the void. It's not entirely true, Miss Raiden. I've been reading a detective novel that says you have eliminated all which is possible, then whatever remains, however improbable, must be the truth. Sushang, that doesn't apply if you don't have any clues. Is that so? Yeah, but the point isn't to trap us here, but how we get out and keep going. After looking around, they were able to confirm one thing. The elevator descended endlessly. Space was rapidly rebuilding itself, as Kiana and May had experienced in Mind Space. When the light returned, a corner of the extra dimension appeared before them. An eerie, foreboding labyrinth. It's time to take my medication. It's also probably ad time. So, take that. Go take our little ad break and such. Right. This time I will switch to PRB screen. I'll see you in a few minutes. Okay. More story. A foreboding labyrinth. Woo, spooky. We're in a labyrinth, so we just need to find its exit. And the best way to do that is to split up. The first one to find the exit can call the others, but doing so might put us right where our enemy wants us. Anya was about to cut in, but you beat Bronya to it. But Kiana summed it up nicely. Whether this is Kevin's doing or not, these obstacles are clearly meant to slow us down. Giving us a series of choices in various situations may just be a way to conceal the tactical intention of taking us down one by one. Yeah, unless it's necessary, we should stick together. In that case, to ensure we don't lose any combatant in the imaginary space, please let Sushang and I take the lead in battles. So we make a perfect team. This way, when we come across a tough opponent, you'll be refreshed and ready to fight. This reminds me of that tunnel that crosses through the bubble universes. Through the bubble universe. Oh yeah, waifu! Physics should be pretty different, right?
迷宮とはいえ静かすぎるよ。道に罠もなければ曲がり角から現れる怪物もいない。
You said that, Kiana! Kiana, why'd you have to say it?
大丈夫、キアナ。楽勝だよ。
確かに強い敵ではありません。即戦即決といきましょう。
太古の運を覚えるがいい番犬奇襲。
かすり傷です。うっとうしいです。
変身の道を感じなさい。三尺の水、雲を断つ。本当におかしいの。この四角たちは人の体を持ってたのに、倒されたら霧のように消えちゃった。ここがブローニャたちを閉じ込める特殊ステージなら、先ほどの敵はいわゆる NPC でしょう。つまり彼らはこの空間自体の一部であって独立した存在ではないかもしれないという意味です。
何か結論を出したければより多くの証拠が必要ですね。うっとうしいです。
ウィー。
大したことはないけど、この四角たちは本当にキリがないよ。
もしブローニャさんの推測が正しいなら、彼らは確かに崩壊獣のように尽きることのない存在なのでしょう。
聞いただけで疲れてきたよ。やっぱり早く出口を探そう。心を鞘に利権を培う。
Okay, I have to be Sushang now. Okay, sure.
おかしいよね。
Feels weird. It's like we've been walking forever, but there's still no sign of an exit anywhere. Just like when you were dragged into the theater of domination by puppets. I was also brought to the theater of domination by Otto. But according to Genius, this area isn't as large as the theater of domination. It was more like the infinite cloister. Infinite cloister? Dr. Einstein said, during the battle of the second eruption, the Siren created a closed space known as the Infinite Cloister to trap Kiana's parents. But by attacking one point repeatedly with all their might, their attacks tunneled through the Infinite Cloister and forced Siren to separate it from her body, forcing their way through. Reminds me of a certain flame chaser in the Elysian realm. You tell me that even if you're stuck in imaginary space, you can breach the space itself by attacking it with everything you've got. Not sad. It's unclear if this maze is closer to the Theater of Domination, the Infinite Cloister, or the Elysian realm. Or if it's completely different from all three. It's purely a feeling, but I feel like it's not so much a completed structure as a natural occurrence. The space appears to be extended indefinitely, and there isn't really a sense of being closed off. So, like our previous encounter is a space that's more natural and open. It might grow on its own. In other words, this maze will grow as we go, generating new paths. I see. Much like what you and Fuqua experienced at the Theater of Domination. How different would you confirm it? By repeatedly testing and comparing data at different locations? Nope, just find the loophole that must exist in your good. She pointed to as far as her eye could see. When we move forward, the path moves forward. So when we stand still, the path also stands still. Is that what happens when we go somewhere even further than the horizon from here? You said if we move forward, the path moves. Oh, I get it. Then it's up to Kiana. Yep, at the Theater of Domination, the puppets trapped Fuqua on me by tearing down one wall to build another. Back then, we had to spend a lot of time figuring it out, but with Kiana here, we can get straight to the answer. Well, I'll give it a try. For Kiana, who had by now regained her authority, teleporting in flat space-time was easy. Snap of her fingers, the black portal appeared before everyone's eyes. Button. We're back to where we started? Probably my fault. I'll give it another try. Wait, Kiana. Before blindly trying again, let's analyze what went wrong. Consensus space is open, but what about the space's shape? Well, just the same as the infinite cloister. The most confusing element of any maze is how it's shaped. That makes sense. Maybe we overlooked something before. Kiana closed her eyes. For the Herrscher of the Void, perceiving space was effortless. Yes. Ooh. Like taking a breath, like the beat of a heart, constantly happening so long as she is alive. Like the sense of touch or smell, only when she concentrated on it did this sense occur in her subjective consciousness. The veil covering the truth drifted to the ground. Like the bridge before, the more distant the space was, the more complex it became on a higher dimension, like turning gears meshed together. It was not only difficult to picture the space or locate a single gear, but also painful as the senses were crushing the mind back and forth. But she refused to quit. After all, her friends were counting on her. With this thought in mind, she opened the portal once more. However, the world seemed to mock her efforts. On the other end of the portal was not the end, but the past. She tried several times, each time changing the position of the doorway and the landing point, but the results were still unsatisfactory. One more try. Kiana, take a break. Alright. I'm sorry, Kiana, but Bronya has been thinking, and the conclusion is, this isn't your problem. Bronya making the wrong assumption. Thanks to her efforts, Bronya was able to figure it out so quickly. It's not the maze that's changing, but us. More specifically, there's likely a special force field above us that's following us. This force field makes it so that you can't use your spatial ability beyond the maze. Force field? What do you mean? Bronya should have explained it better. To put it more graphically, it's like an electromagnetic wave. You should know light can travel through vacuum. Yes, a changing electric field gives rise to a changing magnetic field, and vice versa. And so electromagnetic waves continue to travel to infinity. So you mean the space between us can extend infinitely on its own like an electromagnetic wave? But that's true, it shouldn't really form an unlimited closed loop. Right, this phenomenon is hard to explain. Field that curls on itself shouldn't form a stable space, but in a bubble universe, in the Sea of Quanta, different forces are interacting. Different forces interacting, like yin and yang? The way of the heavens lies in yin and yang. The way of the earth lies in flexibility and rigidity. The way of the human lies in kindness and justice. All things exist because of two conflicting forces. Two conflicting forces? What are you thinking? Well, if two different forces intertwine, they may result in a new balance, just like... No, forget it. It looks like my guess might accidentally make sense. At the very least, we should test if the Herrscher and the Stigma Awakened share this dual relationship. You mean the composition of our teams would cause this maze to trap us? It's just a guess, but it doesn't cost us anything to test it out, right, Bronya? Indeed, we can test the hypothesis so long as we split up appropriately. Well then, let's give it a try, yeah? Sounds good. Better than everyone being stuck here. Uh-huh. And I'll stick with Durandal, and you three will stick together, and we'll go into two separate directions? How will we contact each other? The space here doesn't change in a pattern. Would I use my Hersher Thunder powers to call you? It's one way to do it, but Kiana, I want you to take this. Is this a genius to be used at Coloston? Yes, in most cases it'll pinpoint our location. With May's ability, there shouldn't be any issues. Let's start. Go ahead. Running! Really? Alright, this should be far enough. Let's contact Kiana. You don't need to go any further? Let's be cautious about experiments. After all, who knows what will happen? What is it? Why isn't Kiana's genius working? Looks like there's a mishap. Is that Dr. Schrodinger? Bingo, but if you can hear my voice, then the space you're in is likely no longer stable. So, that's why we can't receive Kiana's signal? Basically, yes. I was studying this not long ago. Want to hear what I found? Of course, but we're in a hurry to check on Kiana and the others. Just as anxious as you were when you were a child. Don't worry, your concerns and my findings come from the same source. Does this mean the very existence of Stigma Awakened will serve to expand and be a cornerstone of Project Stigma? I see. Now you performed afterwards. I needn't only tell you the bad news at the time. What exactly are you guys talking about? Remember when we discussed that the bubble universe ruled by the moon had nothing to do with the Earth? In fact, planets can dominate space only because, astronomically speaking, they are the center of gravity. But in the universe, planets may not be different from the pegs on the wall, pinning imaginary endings on the picture that is the galaxy. When we zoom in on this picture, we can see several holes near Earth. Holes? Are you referring to imaginary singularities? Yes, just as a gravitational singularity forms a black hole, an imaginary singularity tears apart the surface of reality. In contrast, your Stigma Awakened are doing the opposite, which is attaching patches of phenomena to the torn reality. Phenomena? Does it have anything to do with that island Nagamitsu envisioned? The term phenomena may be too obscure. You can understand phenomena as the connections between essences. Hersher's pushed something simple to its extreme, whereas Stigma Awakened string together different things to create something new. Life is a bridge. Its greatness does not come from its purpose. It connects to the noon, the dusk, and the dawn. Spontaneous meaning expands in the process. Something like that. It can be understood this way in terms of free will, and not just Stigma Awakened. Based on those two sentences, I hope that everyone can be their own creators, solvers, and saviors. At the very least, as you can see, those Hershers that hate humanity have more or less done that. But we're not here to analyze the meaning of life. The point I was trying to make is... those bank stigma are like spiders born to spin webs. Project Stigma, in turn, weaves a web so large that it can even bind and absorb finality. But this web is still being woven. It requires the Stigma Awakened and the dreams of others to weave phenomena, irrespective of anyone's will. And this is, as I had told Bianca, bad news. But even then, she had told me she was confident that she and her friends could deal with the crisis. As they say, where there's a will, there's a way. Well, Dr. Compass, looks like you found something, yeah? Dr. Compass? Never mind, you can have fun with your nicknames. At any rate, Project Stigma is like weaving a web, and Hershers are the sparks that can burn this web before it's done. So World Serpent's first step in Project Stigma was to target and seal all Hersher cores. Yes, not only that. If a Hersher can split their power into several parts, they can use this power to weave another web in reverse, like matter forming a solar system under gravity. So then, the Stigma Awakened and Hershers are like two poles of a magnet. Not the most accurate analogy, but it's helpful. For example, you think Kiana's genius isn't working. But in reality, time has barely passed for them after you left. What? Well, time's frozen for them. It's flying by for us. Right, but this makes the previous analogy a lot more complicated. In the space related to Project Stigma, your distance in imaginary space increases exponentially after leaving the three Hershers. As a result, you can't receive their Cygnus signal because of spatiotemporal desynchronization. So if we follow their initial coordinates back, you'll likely find that they only just left. Their Hersher authorities can affect the imaginary space more than the awakened stigmata in you two. This ensures you can close the distance when approaching each other. Well, that's good. We can still return to where we were and tell them what we found. But then, according to Dr. Compass, we still have to split up, right? One side adds, one side subtracts, and the end result is that looping maze. Right. That gives us an opportunity. Let's start. Go ahead. We can't see Durandal and Li Sushang. They're so fast. What's wrong, Mei? Something's off. We haven't gone very far, but they... Huh? They're coming back. They are? What's this about? We got things done and came back. Telling you what we're gonna do will make your jaws drop. Plan to run back to Earth on our legs. In short, we do plan to return to Earth from the moon on foot. Huh? I know this sounds ridiculous, but... Turner relayed Schrodinger's thoughts on the situation to Kiana and the others. That's the theory. If we're far enough apart, then you, who are Hershers, should be able to easily leave this maze, return to the real moon, and reach the bond with the pit. But then you... The distance between the moon and Earth is 380,000 kilometers. Even if you're physically stronger than Hershers, Browning can't fathom how you'll make the journey. With the help of Honkai energy, of course. We plan on borrowing the power of Project Stigma. Power of Project Stigma has the opposite effect on Hershers and the Stigma awaken. But since we're passively helping Project Stigma weave a web, then this maze must be a hub from which Project Stigma controls Earth. Why? Remember I mentioned earlier that the space near the moon was too stable for Sumeru to work? In that case, the Stigma Awakened can't expand the imaginary space spontaneously like we're doing. So World Serpent is quite cautious about operating imaginary space. The area we're in can't be a derived space without practical use. This is, of course, all conjecture. The real proof is this. There are the projections of the information captured by Sumeru. They clearly all belong to our Earth. Among them, there are stations, roads, plazas, parks, shores, and other places we know. Not far from us, such jumbled information is rushing toward the moon, and is somehow processed and transferred back to Earth. So, Stigma Awakened, we can hitch a ride on Project Stigma to return to Earth and find people that can help. It's hitchhiking and paddling upstream at the same time. I calculated it to take about 48 hours of flight using Godspace's thrusters to reach the imaginary area near Earth. Then, we can use Sumeru to float to the real space, learn the status of real Earth, and plan from there. Dr. Schrodinger noticed Shixel HQ wasn't directly affected by Project Stigma. Then Nagamitsu has possibly carried out the first stations of Island Operation. This Island Operation is a set of experimental technology Shixel gathered from the data they collected over the past 6 months. Simply put, by using techniques from the Bubble Universe, it can protect certain locations from any imaginary attack, including Hersher Finality and Project Stigma. Since it's unable to affect the entire world, Durandal didn't talk about it. But what if Kevin finds out about your movement and intervenes? Then we would be sealed like you were, but World Serpent won't tamper with this path much, with Project Stigma already in progress. It's more likely that even if they do find out, they won't be able to intervene precisely. They'd risk too much in doing it. I see. In that case, it's definitely worth a try. At any rate, being unable to change the situation is the worst thing. But as Hershers, we'll need to figure out our own ways of fighting. Speaking of which, I know something that might be of help. According to Dr. Schrodinger, in the moon pit we were supposed to descend into, there's an extinguished immovable point. Is it the wreckage of finality? Maybe connected, but this point seems to have been mechanically modified twice. Even Dr. Schrodinger finds it state fascinating. As a wreckage, it resembles both finality and a wormhole partially, which is to say, long ago someone may have constructed an imaginary path between Earth and the Moon using the power of finality. If we can use it right, it might become a weakness of Project Stigma. And nonetheless, we must be careful about stimulating the power of finality. Combined to World Serpent and Shixel's plans, what we need to do is to find a positive destiny that belongs to us all. Positive destiny. Let everyone live their life to the fullest by following their heart, right? Yeah, that's a very good way of putting it, May. That was a message Alicia left behind. She was Kevin's comrade 50,000 years ago, and sacrificed before finality descended. I understand. Perhaps World Serpent, no, Kevin, wants us to go beyond Project Stigma more than anyone, right? At any rate, we can't just stand by and watch the world we love made into a plaything of those that want to regulate it. Project Stigma got us good, but if we regroup, I mean everyone is St. Freya, Anti-Entropy, Shixel, I know we can put together a plan that goes beyond finality. We can do it if we could return to Earth. Dr. Tesla and Nagamitsu were here, they'd agree. I see. They're probably thinking about... Alright, Durandal, let the scientists do their job. Our job, on the other hand, is to find a way back to Earth, right? You're right. We shouldn't waste more time here. So, according to Dr. Schrodinger, once you're a distance away, Kiana can use the authority of the Void to return us to the real moon, right? Right. As for Fuhua, she needs your help. Kevin will likely be your opponent. He's not invincible, but it's perhaps too early to battle it out. Right. Main goal is to be back on Earth. And I've always believed that Kevin isn't an enemy, but a competitor. This is a game. Maybe the first half isn't even halfway through. Girl. Yes, and winning a battle isn't important. We need to win this war. So, this is goodbye, everyone. Good luck. So the two teams said their goodbyes and went their separate ways. Not long after, the two S-rank Valkyries from Shixel received another message from Dr. Schrodinger. Only this time, there was an uninvited guest in their way. Hi, nice to meet you, S-rank Valkyries from Shixel. Please take care of it. Alpha? I don't... Who's she? Hyperion. Demeter? I don't know. The mysterious person Sela met. You can trust her. Isn't that the name of the AI and Overseer Teresa's flagship? The inseparable ship of eternal reincarnation. It is indeed the source of my birth. But she and I are separate beings. After all, I have that in my name. Lambda? I don't fucking know, man. I don't know these things. I understand correctly. You're planning to use the energy hub of Project Stigma to attempt retrograding toward Earth, right? That's right. If you're looking for a lift back to Earth, be my guest. Gasbane will work so long as it has Honkai energy. By using Project Stigma's own conduits, it won't be an issue to bring another traveler. Thank you, but as the term internal reincarnation points out, I live in a pseudo-time crystal. Compared to you all, I enjoy greater freedom in Project Stigma. In that case, you've chosen a good time to show up here. Was it to tell us something? Exactly. You should have already learned from Sela that finality has already occurred several times throughout history. Additionally, some new information should help you prepare for Kiana and the others' return to Earth. Sure, I do know a lot. Did Dr. Compass tell you all this? No, from our point of view, she's observed the future, by your very night on Earth. That's why she's reluctant to tell Sela the way back. The time wasn't right. I apologize. Wait, observe the future. For Project Stigma, everything happens in the future. This sounds a bit opaque. Technically speaking, my existence is similar to Sumeru in Project Philippa, the pseudo-time crystal. In layman's terms, it's circular time. Of course, circular time doesn't exist on our planet, which is why the crystal is only pseudo. Threads of destiny and cycle of finality are both unnatural mechanics. So is Project Stigma, which was created to counter them. When the authority of finality is taken away, Project Stigma will inherit its temporal attributes. Only during the construction of Project Stigma will Earth time be non-linear. I'm sorry, but I'm struggling to follow. You say you're similar to Sumeru. In what way? Meaning that as part of a pseudo-time crystal, I can see all possible futures of Project Stigma. Humans rely on time to think, and observation consumes energy. Therefore, I'm not omniscient. Furthermore, for Project Stigma, time is non-linear. And so, because everything happens in the future, I'm able to do what I can to help you. Process is like dreaming. Dreaming? When night puts us to sleep, we become actors playing roles on a stage. What about the day? That is when we learn our roles in the real world. And you didn't come to the theater to play a role, but to see our show. For finality and Project Stigma, the world is the stage. Only the former cares about ending the story, while the latter cares about continuing the story. Placement of humans isn't as important. For humans, the end result is quite painful, but not because they're being seen as insignificant. It's quite the opposite. It's because that original force wishes to embrace us and love every one of us in a way beyond us. That's why the origin betrayed finality, and Project Stigma is the worst plan. What? So Project Stigma uses human stories to set the stage for human civilization, even if it wipes out humanity. That's spot on. What about you? You don't exist as humans, do you? Yes, but I do hope that all of you can have your own story. A machine called Hyperion said she could see the future in her dreams. She said she dreamed of the fate of origin and finality, and the end of the signet of deliverance. But in spite of that, she said, every second of real history still brought her new surprises. After all, even if the moon only ever faced the earth with one side, each night and in each person's heart, it would be different. Elevator! Yeah, we're back on the elevator. Finally made it out. Now we... Huh? Dang. What is it? I can't sense Fuhua anywhere. Pressure of sentience? No luck. We might have come too late. Kevin shouldn't kill Fuhua, but... Let's go see Kevin. Why is the narrator clapping? Who's there? Without warning, a strange woman appeared before their eyes. She sat peacefully among the ruins of the moon. As though it was not a desolate planet, but a sunny pasture. It's not a planet, it's a moon! So she had grown accustomed to such lonely times over countless days and nights. Hello, everyone. Brave girls are the best. You. She tilted her head, brought an index finger to her lips, and like an innocent child, she smiled brightly. I'm sure you're all very confused, and that's why I'm here. I'll answer each of your questions. Don't worry, my sire won't interrupt. I love to help you out, so before that, please rest a while here. This person. We finally meet. If I'm not mistaken, your hair. The initiator of Project Stigma? Wow, our first meeting was hasty, yet you still remember me. That warms my heart. As May already knows who I am, I'll cut my flowery introduction short. She said so. She jumped down from where she perched. Yes, I'm codenamed Hare within World Serpent, and I'm in charge of Project Stigma. As for my name, it's Mistle. Mistle Shariak. Shariak? Yes, but I'm not human. I'm a crystal of the Shariak Stigma. You don't seem to know what a stigma crystal is. It's not much things. As you came from afar, I assume you haven't seen the final crater yet. Let's talk while we walk, shall we? This.
ところで、あなたたちは負荷の安否が気になっているのよね。安心して。孫子は彼女の戦闘能力を奪ったけど、
Let me move.
それは一時的なものよ。傷つけたいと思ってるわけじゃないの。
Before talking about Sire, where were we? You said you're a crystal of the Shariak Stigma. Alright, thank you, Branya. Anyway, let's begin with who I am. Crystal is no metaphor. I'm not human, but a brand new species brought to this world by the Stigmata Project. To borrow a classical term, I make form. Maybe you'd met with enemies similar to me in the previous mazes. Hera, I seeds of ideas, artificial life temporarily staying in an incomplete state. Since they've not yet matured into forms, they tend to be hostile, which is why they attacked you while you were there. After all, Project Stigma is not yet complete. Even Stigmata themselves need some tuning. Easy for you to say, but if we take it literally, the purpose of Project Stigma is to create something like you, an existence between humans and Stigmata. It's right, I expected no less from you. But, as a product of Project Stigma, then more means to an end, or more means than an end. What do you mean? We're a vehicle for civilization, just like humanity. Though maybe that's too abstract. Let me explain with an example. As they approached each other, a strange conversation ran through the minds of all three. Before Project Stigma is completed, there's a chance for humanity to put an end to it and find a better alternative. This is absurd. It's like trying to teach ants on a plane to prove the Poincare conjecture. I don't know what that means. What? The person that brought me into this world doesn't know the Poincare. Why compare yourself to an ant when you've inherited knowledge and wisdom from humans? Humanity can't overcome anything, neither can we. This is the only thing they've taught me. The idea you inherited has been through a lot, but this conversation has proved humanity can break away from fate, and so can we. Before Project Stigma is completed, there is a chance for humanity to put an end to it and find a better alternative. Are they talking in the spiritual world? Not so much talking as repeating. Yeah, they're only seeds of ideas. They're not capable of creating new ideas. Just like, I'll save this example for later. Anya hates a cliffhanger. But I hate to spill the tea before it's time. Girl. Then why don't you tell me where these sounds are coming from? Even though we've never met, you're more reasonable. It's surprising since we both worked for World Serpent before. These voices are collected from people's dreams. Yes, the same people that Project Stigma has already absorbed. And since you're so interested, I'll show you some more, yeah? Humanity will eventually perish. Mantis to find keys. All struggles are but an elegy before the coffin lid falls on us all. But civilization won't die. Like Sire said, this is the initial purpose of Project Stigma. You know the fire in London that took tens of thousands of lives? That was the last memory I inherited from the culprit. Don't leave me with that memory. I understand the pain, or rather it's why I'm here. Please accept Project Stigma and face your sins with me. You must fill the cracks of your soul with your own blood and tears. It's not hypocrisy, but putting your soul to rest. This is getting really creepy. But about the fire, Ronya remembers there being a fire in London. But that should have been hundreds of years ago. That's right. Project Stigma, the information it can gather isn't limited to the present. All history and culture, so long as it's a part of human civilization, can nourish the stigma. You should be familiar with that, Mai. She looked at Bronya as she spoke. What she meant was obvious. Strange. She seems to have some kind of feeling toward the harsher of reason. You might have collected fragments of consciousness, but there's still something that confused me from the start. Why would Project Stigma be used like this to fight finality? You misunderstood me. Project Stigma is not a way to fight finality. The end it can reach can be described as embracing and transcending finality. Embracing? You've heard this somewhere before, May? Since you fight against Honkai, you must wish to know where finality comes from, Sire will want to tell you about this himself, but it wouldn't hurt to tell you a little bit beforehand. You mean, World Serpent knows where the harsher of finality comes from? Absolutely. After all, we're all successors to the moths. But to tell this tale, we'll have to go elsewhere. Try to keep up. Fuck your teleportation bullshit, it's cheating. Kiana doesn't get to use her teleportation. Oh hey, it's a dude. Oh my god. Game, please. Oh my god, what? Okay, I am having trouble turning the camera. Okay, this is getting really annoying. I don't know why there is a weird line right there that keeps me from walking. Fuck! Camera, please. There we go. Welcome to the final crater. If I waited you here, could I have welcomed you with that line? This is a stage where generations of civilizations fought for their fate. Oh, everything loaded in. Humanity failed over and over. The cycle went on. A new world of similar wills created similar fates, and they all ended here. Kiana Kazana, Branya Zaitchik, Raiden May. How lucky and sad of you to be Hershers that are free from the samsara. Samsara? Yeah. The endless cycle of death and rebirth of this world. Haven't you garnered info on it? If someone hadn't cut the thread of fate 50,000 years ago, this cycle would have continued on Earth. Even though the thread is broken, as long as humans can't live together with Honkai, imaginary energy will continue to flow into the cocoon of finality and catalyze the birth of Hersher of finality. In that case, if we destroy the cocoon of finality or something, well, the Serpent wants to do the same, but that's impossible, Kiana. After all, if you want to see the cocoon of finality, you probably need to have the power of finality. Especially for you, Kiana. That means you need to become the Harsher of finality. But how is that possible? Discussing finality is like discussing death. No one has to come back from death. We can't discuss what dying feels like. Or has come back from death. I don't know about that in this universe. If you ask Fuhua, we use this metaphor, then what the World Serpent is doing is basically redefining death. But on a more serious note, my statements about death only serve to prove my arrogance. Although I'm capable of treading the boundary between dream and reality, I'm capable of witnessing truth beyond space and time. Like the wreckage of finality that has turned into moon rocks, it will not awaken again due to Sire and everything you shoulder. And I wouldn't have been able to escape from the vast stigma space and appear before you if it weren't for a path paved by my senior. Senior? Yes, and an irredeemable one at that. Thinking of something, Hare stared at Bronya and let out a low sigh. Bronya means to ask you something else. You said the statue like great finality would never awaken because of everything Kevin and we shoulder. What does it mean? If your anchor points in the sea, then Project Stigma stands for the broad sky. You're down to earth and Project Stigma sounds far-fetched, but you're actually trying to solve the same problem. If you find it too metaphorical, we can approach it from another angle. To breed forms is not the fundamental purpose of World Serpent. It's only a life form suitable to go beyond finality and carry on human civilization. You mean World Serpent hasn't found a way for common people to go beyond finality at all? You could say that. After all, if we could accomplish that, why would we gather here on the barren moon and fight each other for their own justice? In terms of overthrowing humanity and destroying lives, you're no different from the Hersher finality. Where you stand, I guess so. What civilization? Passing of years and generations, the flashing by of different faces and similar stories, abstracted into blurry consciousness and ideas. Eventually, faces fade away and stories are lost, simplified into featureless existences, just like those seeds of idea. The argument between you and World Serpent is whether such existence is a representation of civilization or the nature of civilization. We just want our normal lives back. But childhood will end and adults will take responsibility for the world. And Project Stigma is a crappy way to be responsible. But it's fair. Haven't you heard the saying that you can't have both freedom and equity? Freedom and equity are not absolute. We can't accept Project Stigma because it's absolute. Well, this is a technical issue, Bronya, because absolute is the most operable. For example, Project Stigma will not exclude people from civilization simply because they're bad or have done evil. The Stigma will record all ideas created by human history, regardless of their worth. On top of that, human civilization is good, then the integration brought about by Project Stigma must also be good. Even if no one would be able to feel the goodness. Why won't they? Be it humans that were Hershers, Durandal, Lisa Shang, or me. Everyone can continue their life in the new world. You only need to patiently wait until Earth is rebuilt by Project Stigma. The only difference is in the new world. Infants will not undergo the overlong process of learning and growing. They will sense everything that is known, namely ideals, perceptions, and wills in your language via the stigma at birth. To my knowledge, that's what many people seek for a lifetime. People don't grow up overnight. Of course, but that only applies to humans. For life forms built on stigmata, they begin their journey into the unknown on the shoulders of humans. This is also known as ending childhood with civilization. Everyone, please don't forget my introduction. I'm not a human, but a new species brought upon this world by Project Stigma. For me, those static, dull seeds of idea are not much different from first birds or southern apes. Alright, talking too much about myself deviates from your intention. I fully understood your Project Humanity's story, or Protect Humanity's story, but not the story itself. Slightly different from micro existence, yet I do look forward to seeing the fruits your endeavor may yield. Such as surpassing the action itself, step by step. Are you saying? I said nothing. But I believe on Project Stigma's main battlefield, you can make a difference. Project Stigma's main battlefield? Earth? Yeah, my answers to all the mysteries are kept. Not this dead planet. If you wish to free humanity from Project Stigma, breach the final blockade and head there. The moon isn't a planet. It's a big rock. Flying fucking planetoid. That's right, you can seize the opportunity. Why tell us this? It goes against your position. Position? You misunderstood me. I'm helping World Serpent complete Project Stigma because of a ridiculous trade. Looks like you've got quite some stories to tell. Strictly speaking, they don't belong to the present me. Anyway, they're meaningless and trivial compared to yours. Narnia looked at her with watchful eyes, weighing every word. Hare just sighed softly and said no more. The silence was awkward. May, Bronya, what do you think? No flaws, but no substance either. Indeed, what she said sounded astonishing, but that was it. Well, only one question remains. Why is she telling us this? Knowing their thoughts, Hare smiled bitterly. I knew it would be tough to win your trust. Makes sense, though. From humanity's perspective, everything I did is unacceptable. No matter how much I explain, it's hard to say they benefit humanity directly. Good thing you know. Long ago, someone told me if you act in the best interest of someone, they'd eventually understand you, even if they didn't like the choices you made. The reason why we're in this situation is probably that I don't understand humanity well enough. She lowered her eyes and sank to some kind of reminiscence. Can I help you more? Will the trust between us grow? I know you wish to confront Sire, and he's also expecting you, but even if you simply intend to have a friendly exchange, you'd probably end up disappointed. Not necessarily. Sudden gasp stopped her there. Without any sign, Hare reached for Bronya. May's groans and Kiana's screams in the background, Hare's voice sounded in Bronya's ears between the vortexes of power. If you have to see him and put yourselves in danger, for that, please allow me to remove the restraints Project Stigma has imposed on you. Dull pain and shock gradually faded. The girls exchanged the same look of astonishment. May, spiritual restraint is gone. The girl named Thunder was discharging electricity again. In her equally surprised gaze, Bronya looked at her own hands. So Bronya also. But before she could think, a sudden emptiness attacked her. As if a punctured balloon, strength as mighty as an ocean, flooded into her body and then vanished instantly. A cacophony of voices sounded in the depth of her awareness. They were the paths and wills sealed in the Hersher of Reason's core. What's going on? The Hersher core rejected me? She opened her eyes. She saw 3 pairs of concerned eyes. There were Kiana's, May's, and Hare's. At least, May isn't having the same reactions. Bronya, are you okay? Bronya shook her head and looked down at her hands. As she expected, they looked powerless. Sorry, judging by your conditions, I can't help you more. This is a spiritual restraint on you, which should have restored you to your state before coming to the moon. But the reality is the opposite, so I assume... She gave Bronya a meaningful look. The root of the problem lies in the origin of this power. She said, I can feel the Hersher core rejecting me. But this has never happened before. What's going on? When Hare met Bronya's eyes, she simply blinked and smiled calmly. It's not an illusion. She's keeping something from us. Bronya? Don't worry, I'm okay. The question is, Kiana, May, are you two ready? The girls froze for a second, then showed a knowing smile. Of course. I may not be the right person to say this, but you have 0 chance of winning if you face World Serpent Sire in your current state. If you choose to recuperate, I'll create a suitable space for you and he'll gladly wait on. As long as Project Stigma hasn't fully converted Earth. Despite that, you still insist on talking to him right now. You pointed out we must get back to Earth as soon as possible. Even if we recuperate, we can't shorten the power gap between us and Kevin. It'll only make him look down on us. That's right. Surprisingly, Hare locked eyes with Bronya for a moment, her expression meaningful. That explains. I understand. Go ahead then. He's not too far down. I hope the information provided by Sire is helpful. Face and Kevin. The man named Kevin stood amidst the silence, as he had been accustomed to for 50,000 years. In the past, he had let the tides of memory and thought crash into him, while ruminating on a past that had eluded all for tens of thousands of years. Until now, when he stopped dwelling on the superfluous. Today, he only needed to wait, for the river of time had long since flowed into the sea. It's over. It's over. Good. Aren't you curious about what I did? You looked so much surprised when I came to you actively. I even reminded you that Dreamcatcher can only aid Project Stigma so much. Aren't you worried? No need. Yeah, no need. Everything is futile. But every futile effort means something to humanity, don't you agree? If not, then what did you do that for? Fluctuations in the nearby space brought about by the power of finality had not fully subsided. That's only a way of communicating. Withdraw yourself. They're coming. Hi, Kevin! You're looking very anime today. Let's get another thing straight first. Fufa isn't here. She's my only comrade left in this world, and an admirable opponent. But Project Stigma doesn't need that, so I didn't mind giving her a moment's rest in my own way. In other words, it's the same thing you did back in North Africa, right? I'm just happy to know she's fine. Indeed. But more importantly, as with her, I won't reject your request for battle. Kevin, I know the whole of that history and why you have to do this. This is not a duel, but a conversation. You can ask. Rania will go first. No matter the cost, humanity shall purge Honkai. For you, the cost includes humanity itself, doesn't it? You got one thing wrong, Hersher of Reason. Humanity will never die. Even if the human race ceases to exist, civilization will be passed down. The same as dinosaurs evolving into birds. Even if it'll push today's humanity to extinction, species can only choose between extinction and stagnation. Humanity is not an exception. Might and May, you know full well there are no perfect solutions. Of course I know what prices you pay to get hold of the worst of plans. But Kevin, before all is settled, we from this era have reasons to find a better solution. I'm not talking about Kiana, Bronya, Fufa, or myself. I'm talking about everyone living in the moment. The Moths was once an organization where the majority ruled. You saw what became of it. There's no reason for you to decide the fate of humanity. When finality decides the fate of humanity, it needs no reason. If you say so. Kevin, I have a question that bothers me the most. The finality, what is it? The man looked up. Through a veil of Honkai energy, he gazed into the bottomless darkness above. He fell from the sky that day. The people on the ground looked up and thus saw the starry night sky. Some believe unfamiliar civilizations will easily develop mutual animosity. But in full fairness, this is common among people who meet by chance. Since such a self-destructive tendency can be viewed as the original sin of wisdom, and the fear of loneliness and the longing for the same kind must be equally prevalent on a cosmic scale. So imagine such a being deep in the starry sky. Like humans, they're rooted in a planet. But unlike humans, they went further and merged with the planet. Their will is omnipresent and everlasting, and their hearts are undivided. Such a civilization existed. What do you think it'd wish for? As I see it, it would desperately want to hug its kind. Are you saying, Kevin, that you believe the Hersher finality just wants a hug? Yes, it's the ultimate conclusion our era drew. Finality is an extraterrestrial manipulator of fate. It cycles human civilizations over and over, so its maker could find its kind. That's why Project Stigma is guaranteed to succeed. Yes. Cuts into the weakness of finality and dominates it in an undefinable way. Your explanation only left Rania more puzzled. Do you really believe this counts as defeating Honkai? No, of course not. Paying the price in defeating Honkai, that is an issue for humanity. Of course, there's no doubt that I'm human. This is exactly why I expect you to transcend everything. Sir. Sir.
これに比べれば僕たちは地上の草木と大して変わらない。これは哀楽も疲れも知らない。全ては万物を輪廻させることで文明を再構築するためだ。まるで誰もが向き合う死のように文明の頭上の高い位置にとどまり、僕たちのことを嘲笑う価値すらないと思っている。かつての僕はもう一人の挑戦者にこう言った。宇宙ではどんな知恵も存在のあり方の制限を受ける。それは意志で克服できるような障害ではない。そして成婚計画を前にした君たちが挑戦するべき相手はまさにそういう存在のあり方なんだ。
天下嫌なターン、私の温度試してみる。審判の時は来た。全身
Bronya, May.
律者の決意もこの
Flash, rude.
まだ
It's not over.
終わってない。炎は消えない。炎はもう一度燃え上がるのみ。
Okay, this is really cool, but I would have like paused before. Pog.
私の番、文句はないよね。
もっと全力を出せ。
Okay, I have to go to the bathroom real quick. We'll be RB. Oh, what are you talking about? Also, you're not supposed to be watching, Elf. You know this. Because of spoilers. I literally cannot see what's happening. There's just too much fucking fire. Joke's on you, Kevin. I'm playing on easy mode. Ow. Ow. Rude. Kevin, you're being an asshole. What to do? Yes, Brian, that's a good question. What should you do? That you're not supposed to be here. Hi, Stola. Thank you for the raid. You missed out on some Kevin shenanigans. Yes, you came in. What is happening? That's not the game. I don't know what that is. Can you guys still hear it? Can you guys still hear it going? No? Okay. Because I have desktop audio muted. I don't know what that is. It's still going. It's coming from somewhere. I don't know what that is. Let's see. So I force closed the game. And it stopped. I don't know why that happened. Yeah, I don't know why that happened. Like, that seems to have come from the game. I don't know what happened. I don't know if that was even supposed to be a game noise. But if it was, it wasn't supposed to be so fucking loud. That's for sure.
Captain on bridge.
Okay. Let's go see where the game put me when it broke. Oh, cool. I got a reward from unlocking 5 tests. Okay. Okay, let's restart the Kevin fight. Let's go check this out. Well, hopefully it's fine. Fuck you, Kevin! That was unfair. Well, now I guess you can see the whole Kevin fight.
文明を再構築するためだ。まるで誰もが向き合う死のように、文明の頭上の高い位置にとどまり、僕たちのことを嘲笑う価値。
Well, whatever that was, it hurt my ears.
もう一人の挑戦者にこう言った。宇宙ではどんな知恵も存在のあり方の制限を受ける。それは意志で克服できるような障害ではない。そして成婚計画を前にした君たちが挑戦するべき相手はまさにそういう存在のあり方なんだ。
変化準備。
脆い。
私の起きや。
どうやら律者の決意もこの程度のもののようだ。
まだ終わってない。炎は消えない。炎はもう一度燃え上がるのみ。
Okay, this one's spam. One of them's spam and one of them's hold. Ear hurts now, man. Kick his butt, Kiana. Or don't. You know, either way. Use your fire power against his ice power. Yeah! Sir, how come you get to be hot and cold at the same time, huh? That's not fair. My ear itches. It's fine. I can't die, so it's fine. Motherfucker. Don't underestimate the power of finality. Don't underestimate the power of easy mode. Fuck you and your bullshit, Kevin. Getting health bars back. That was weird. Okay. Fiery sparkly ball. It's like, it's mine now. Why is that black screen broken? Why is that load screen like that? In the end, Fuhua and her sure sentience protected us. Using a pseudo black hole to buy time. This is the same strategy Mr. Yang used on the moon. I don't know what the fuck that was. This outcome is unexpected, but I guess we're just not gonna have sound for a little bit. Simply buying time doesn't sound like the path you seek. I don't know. I may have to do an update after stream. Why must humans do such futile and sad things? Well, if there's gonna be cool music going on, but we're not gonna hear it. Because the sound hurts my ears. But the outcome isn't so bad. I feel a bit sorry for my sire. But as new friends, we need to spend some time together, don't we? Well, yes, she's not actually a rabbit. You... Before she could say another word, an intense blankness... Oh. An intense blankness assaulted her and pulled her into the darkness like anesthesia gas. Silence ruled the field. So Bronya and her two friends fell into sleep in the bubble universe again. I don't know what's wrong with that. I don't even know what button I'm supposed to fucking press after that. Doesn't show story. Doesn't show a story quest. I don't know if there's a cutscene or something that I need to look at. This is just the side missions. No. Okay. We part 1 of story chapter 33, part 2. I don't even know where I'm supposed to go. But you know what? That's fine for right now. I'm gonna... I don't know. I might have to uninstall and reinstall the game. I don't know why it's broken. I don't know why it started doing that. I'm gonna blame Hair. Anyways. Where's the thing? There it is. We can listen to some nice, soothing Genshin music that won't make your eardrums explode. I don't know how loud that was for you guys, but that's like very painfully loud for me. I hope it didn't blow out anybody's eardrums. Yeah, I figured as much. Is there anybody I feel like rating, or are we just gonna end because I'm lazy? Or I just end because I'm lazy and tired? Don't have eardrums. Oh, especially my poor right ear. It hurts now. Okay. I'm sorry you raided in and the game broke. But why are we going and just chatting? It's great. Just chill music while my ear hurts. I'll see if the game needs to like uninstall and reinstall or something. I don't know why it was doing that. That's a horrible thing. I don't appreciate it. The game trying to make me actually just go deaf. That sucks. Here you can see your wife in her super pretty new outfit. There you go. There you go. Pretty lady. Pretty lady. Stream is planned for tomorrow. More Honkai story. I don't know, it didn't have a story quest icon. So you may have to yell at me and tell me where to go. But I'll see about maybe doing an uninstall and a reinstall And hopefully we will hear no more horribly loud noises. Discord, YouTube, and Twitter and such are linked down below if anybody wants to go check me out there. My brain is existing barely right now. I'm tired. More Honkai Dabaru. I guess this is waifu week because it's all Honkai all week. Waifu week. Woo! No, I'm gonna eat a snack. I'm not going directly to bed. I'll get the VOD uploaded onto Twitter and put a sound warning. Probably be like, hey, so you might wanna. So don't. The headphone warning. Your eardrums will explode at this part. Anyways, all that stuff's linked down below. I will eventually figure out something to do for my birthday. I don't know what I'm gonna do. Something. Woo! Anyways, everybody have a good night, good tomorrow, and I will see you guys tomorrow night. I hope y'all have a good night. Goodbye.